Hey, welcome to Socialism for All. You're listening to S4A Livestream number 128 being recorded on May 29, 2025, live at twitch.tv/socialism S4A. I'm joined by 66 viewers in the chat right now. Welcome to everybody. I have to say the channel has been growing quite a bit recently. We had like 1,500 new subscribers on the YouTube channel. We're also growing on Substack and Spotify and the other places that we post videos. So welcome to everybody who has stumbled across the channel in the last, month or the last few months. It used to be that I could keep up with many of the people who were commenting a lot or something like that, on a regular basis. I really can't keep up anymore because there's just so many people, and there we go, 35.2 thousand subscribers. I mean, it's a good problem to have, not really a problem, but anyway, just want to say welcome because this channel is now a lot bigger. Like, even as I'm sitting here looking at that on the screen, I'm like, how did that happen? And I know how it happened. It happened through lots and lots of work. As you can see, I've uploaded over 1,000 videos. Lots and lots of promotion and a lot of word of mouth. I guess people are finding this channel useful. That's what I'm hearing in the feedback that I'm getting. Good. It's useful for me too, as a longtime quote unquote leftist who wanted to start doing the reading and actually start studying Marxism. And I figured, hey, why not put it online? One of the original S4A slogans, because this project started out, I mean, we've been on so many of the platforms by now, but actually the first place that Socialism for All popped up was on Facebook. Fashbook. No longer on Facebook. Haven't been for, I think, about 4 years or so. But, we're shitposting memes and things like that. And then one of the original slogans of doing the YouTube channel was going beyond the memes. And I think that that's, safe to say that there are thousands of people at this point, not just because of this channel, but others like it and more study groups popping up and things like that, who are going beyond just shitposting and beyond just memes and at least doing some of the major readings. We have the Basic Marxism-Leninism Study Guide playlist on the channel. If you go to the Home tab, like the main page on the YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/socialism for all, just scroll down a little bit and you will see recommended reading lists as like a group of playlist section. And there's a bunch there. The first one is the Basic Marxism-Leninism Study Guide. We started that way back 5 years ago, February of 2020, and we're almost done with it. We've done a lot of side readings. Done probably, 500 to 600 audiobooks on the channel so far. And we're almost done with that. In the winter, I tend to do lots of audiobooks because it's winter and, it's easier to do indoor activities. As the year, spring is fully here. We're just 3 weeks away from summer at this point. Things get a little busier and there's a mix of things. I'm not always just, I'm not inside as often. And so, the impulse to just, hey, go record a chapter of Karl Marx's Capital is, let's just say that there's more competition for, my time at that point. But we're on chapter 14 of Capital. That's where we are in the Basic Marxism-Leninism Study Guide playlist. And then it's just Lenin's Imperialism. There's actually another essay beyond that. That is more recent, but yeah, if you want to, get familiar with more of the basics of Marxism-Leninism, we're trying to make it as easy for you as possible. And then if you have questions or whatever, just leave them in the comments section and we'll continue the discussion there as always, as I say at the end of a lot of the videos. I guess just to recap what we've been doing recently on the channel, there's some of the recent uploads. Recently finished a collection titled Lenin on Petty Bourgeois Revolutionism. That was from the Novosti Press Agency from the USSR from 1979. That was a good collection of readings, actually. And then mostly, you can see a Mao reading, but beyond that, Mostly what we've been doing is a series on Bernie Sanders and AOC and the Fighting Oligarchy tour. And I put together those videos into this playlist, Socialists Against Bernie Sanders. And that playlist encompasses a whole bunch of stuff from the original video essay and then some stuff from Livestream 127, the last live stream. And then another video essay, which is 2 hours long, Bernie Sanders and the Lesson of Occupy Wall Street, how the U.S. left got to where it is today. And then I added some supplementary readings. Even in those videos, the video essays, I included some excerpts from The Meaning of Social Fascism by Earl Browder and Fascism and Social Revolution by Rajani Palm Dutt, which I highly recommend both of those. But then we go into some other readings, like Bernie Sanders allegedly idolizes Eugene Debs, U.S. socialist presidential candidate around the time of World War I. And listening to one of Debs' campaign speeches from 1912, I asked the question, is this really Bernie Sanders' hero? Because they sound nothing alike. Nothing. Debs referred to himself as an American Bolshevik and went to prison for speaking against World War I. Bernie Sanders, on the other hand, is part of the machine. Then beyond that, we had Lenin's liberal and Marxist conceptions of the class struggle, a short one, and then a longer one, which I labeled Revolutionary Socialist Basics. That's Theses on Fundamental Tasks of the Second Congress of the Communist International by Lenin. If you really want to know what was done in the Russian Revolution and then what was done in the international communist movement and what kinds of tips and tricks and strategies the Bolsheviks were putting out there for the other parties, that is your essay. I actually think that is an important essay, and it didn't get as many views, and it got very few comments. I don't know if it's just people, they like to engage in drama and they like to engage in bickering or what it is, and then when they're confronted with something that actually answers the questions, provides solutions, just clam up. I've been talking to a few people lately who have been frustrated with their experiences with the online left. And you know what? I operate in this space because I'm able to reach a lot of people. It's a very bad place for organizing, though, otherwise. I'm doing agitation and I'm doing education, but the organizing really happens in real life. You're going to meet all kinds of goofballs and weirdos online, and I mean that in a derogatory kind of way. People who just aren't doing this thing seriously and are going to argue with you about pointless stuff and, everything like that. So take what you see online with a grain of salt. What we're doing at Socialism for All is really oriented more around putting easily accessible resources for you to enrich your real-world organizing. That's my background. I did a lot of real-world stuff in the 2000s and 2010s. And I got kind of burned out, is part of why I started switching to doing more online stuff. I mean, I had done online stuff, though, too. But why I decided to make this such a focus was partly burnout, and it was partly... And, I mean, I still engage with real-life stuff in a more of a support capacity. Whether it's just, like, helping out with resources on local campaigns, but in less of a leadership capacity, I guess you could say. The other reason is that I felt like, from my experiences with the U.S. left, whether it was kind of starting in the just adjacent, definitely outside the status quo, but sort of adjacent to it, in the sort of green libertarian space in the 2000s and the anti-war movement there, which was prior to 2008, prior to people talking about capitalism again, or whether it was post-2011 and, when Occupy emerged, that was a game changer. I don't know how many people are old enough to remember the change in the U.S. left that Occupy brought, but it was substantial. Of course, the big lesson there is you have to engage in durable organizing or you're going to get co-opted by somebody like a Bernie Sanders. And then on from there, it seemed like the quote-unquote recovery from 2008 was obviously very incomplete. and the result was a lot more inequality in the U.S. Anyway, it seemed to me like we needed to just raise the bar. There needed to be more actual education in Marxism and Marxism-Leninism to go beyond the kind of social democracy, reformism, work in the Democratic Party, or the kind of, drop out and do nothing or become an anarchist or, retain that kind of individualism. But the big thing is the lack of connection with the international communist movement and its history. So that's really the focus, is trying to connect people with that. It's really kind of a blank space in the U.S. And I think people in the U.S., as we're going to talk about later on in the stream, on the question of parties, that's been an ongoing discussion here at the channel, is do we endorse a party, or what's sort of the plan for that? And, again, we'll get into that more in a later section in this. The short version that I would just say is this is a YouTube channel. It's not a party. And we're focused on just sort of general education. What organizations you take that into, that is your call. And then if you want to report back, let me know how things are going. One change that I can see is, whereas the Green Party used to occupy more space on the U.S. left in, say, the 2000s and maybe part of the 2010s, I do think, especially since Bernie Sanders, a lot of that energy has shifted over, and it's younger people coming in too. But I think that a similar kind of role is now being filled by DSA, and the Green Party's still around, of course, but it has been languishing for a long time, and that does manifest in various ways as far as the party's the more libertarian adjacent right wing of the party. If we don't build these things up in the correct way, they're just going to get taken over by some of the worst elements. DSA, I think the struggle is maybe a bit more alive in DSA now. But anyway, we're going to discuss that. And then there's a slew of communist parties. And like I said, we'll get into that later. But anyway, welcome to the new people coming in. That's sort of a brief recap of what we've been working on recently. Let's catch up with the chat. And then the main features for today, I have a couple of grab bag things that I want to get into. And then we will talk about parties, organizing in real life. I also want to talk about Peter Navarro, Donald Trump's tariffs advisor, because that tariffs thing has been all over the place, and breaking as of last night. There's a U.S. trade court. I forget the exact name of it off the top of my head. But there's a specialized court that deals with trade issues, which just ruled yesterday that Trump cannot set tariffs. So basically, this entire trade war is on pause. They're appealing it, but yeah, Trump does not seem to have the legal authority to do that. Whether they're going to press on somehow remains to be seen. But as of the moment, the tariffs are off. It's been, quite a roller coaster, but we're going to go into that in more detail. And then we're going to check in with COVID, because there is COVID never went away, but right now there's a new strain making headlines this week. Off the top of my head, I think it's NB.1.81, which doesn't seem to be more severe, although I'm not sure that I really trust any authorities at this point, because they've been trying to minimize the severity of COVID all along. But they're definitely saying that it is more transmissible. So people who get it, they're going to be more contagious. It's going to be more likely to spread, and there's been an uptick in cases because of this new particular mutation. So we're going to review that and some of the data on why you should care about COVID still, because it's not just about dying from the lung infection. It's about the fact that the virus attacks every kind of tissue in your body that has ACE2 receptors, which includes all of your major organs, causes brain inflammation and damage, it causes heart damage, and everything else. So COVID is not over, and there's in fact a new variant that is highly transmissible, spreading now. But like I said, let's get back to the chat for a minute and just see what's going on. Ever since I listened to your last live stream off of YouTube where you talk about long COVID, I've been wearing N95 masks I get from work everywhere, especially the punk shows I frequent here in Connecticut. Are N95s enough, or is there something better? I would say for most uses, yes, N95s are enough. What I say is wear at least an N95. So what's less than an N95? A cloth mask or a surgical mask are less than an N95. Cloth masks, they will sort of reduce the velocity of the air coming out of your mouth. So, and they'll reduce droplets as well to some extent. They'll get absorbed into the cloth. So they're better than nothing. If all you have is a cloth mask, I think I saw a study that said it had about 40% efficacy. So, I mean, that's better than nothing, but still not great. Then the surgical mask. The problem with the surgical mask, those are meant more for droplets, and they don't form a tight seal around your mouth. What you really want is like an airtight seal around your mouth and nose. So that's why surgical masks fall short. Now, if all you have is a surgical mask, there's another trick you can use, which is you knot the, and I'll see if I can put a link. I'll probably forget, but just look it up on YouTube, how to tie in a surgical mask to make it work better. Basically, you tie the ear loops, and it kind of makes more of a pocket around your mouth and nose. But yeah, N95s are very effective, generally speaking, for COVID. There are N98s, there are N99s, there's a P100 mask, and some people wear those everywhere. N95s, though, for most applications are going to be good. If you're in like a crazy super spreader type situation where there are definitely people coughing all around you and packed in like sardines, I mean, I still think an N95 is going to offer very good protection. You might want to upgrade for a situation like that, although sometimes you're in that situation before realizing that you're going to be in that kind of a situation. I would say, generally speaking, though, yes, N95s are enough, but there are a couple of options that are a little bit stronger than N95s. And as far as we've mentioned this many times, but the KN95s versus N95s, N95 is a U.S. standard. It is certified by an agency called NIOSH, N-I-O-S-H. KN95 is a Chinese standard. So that's not regulated in the U.S. And you're probably more likely to get, not that they're all counterfeit, they're not, but if you buy KN95s, because it's not regulated in the U.S., you're more likely to get a counterfeit one, not because the U.S. regulation is so good or anything, but because selling counterfeit N95s in the U.S. carries a steeper penalty than counterfeit KN95s, if you see what I mean. There's also other things like there's FFP 2 and 3. There's standards for different countries, and just look them up. They do similar things. But yeah, the standard that's regulated in the U.S. and that probably has the least likelihood of being counterfeit is an N95. So the other thing about the N95s is they have head straps rather than ear loops, which are more common on the KN95s. And I find, and I've heard this from other people too, that trying to get a good seal around your mouth and nose with the KN95 or with anything that has just the ear loops rather than the head straps can be a lot more difficult. I really don't use KN95s at all, mainly because they just don't fit my face. Whereas the N95s, I know that they're secure. I can just, I can feel it. There's a good seal. Whereas like if I exhale forcefully while wearing an ear loop mask, I feel the mask move away from my face. So it's not making that seal. All right. Finally started Capital Volume 1 by Marx, thanks to you. Well, good. I'm glad that you're, interested in studying it, and we will keep supplying material for people to study because this is something that I do think people need to learn. So my doctor told me that Medicare isn't going to cover HRT soon. Yeah, this is one of the things they're trying to slash everything. We'll see what actually happens in the end, because a lot of what Trump has been trying to do has been blocked by the courts. So, they come out with really scary headlines, and they're intended to intimidate people. A lot of the stuff is getting blocked in the court, though. So, obviously, organize whatever resistance to it that you can. But also, just because Trump announced it does not mean it's definitely going to make its way through the system. He would like to snap his fingers and do all kinds of things, but a lot of these things are not actually going into effect, including, like I was just saying, possibly the entire tariff situation. What else do we have? My partner and I have been masking hard. No one else in Arizona seems to care. Yeah, same. In my area, I'm like, it's, I rarely ever see a mask. Rarely ever. So, people haven't been giving me a hard time about it, but, which is fortunate, but really nobody else is masking at all. How about an anti-squad, anti-AOC playlist? Yeah, I've done some things. It's probably in the Hanging with the Sock Dem Gang playlist. But I did some anti-squad and AOC things. I mean, I expect nothing from them whatsoever. Done a few videos on AOC, like when they capitulated on Force the Vote. That was one example. Ilhan Omar saying that her political hero is like Maggie Thatcher. Really, I mean, just expect nothing from those people. But yeah, I'll see what else I can put together on that. Because it is important to point out to people that, that kind of particularly tepid reformist is not something to get hyped up about. Yeah, a couple people saying that they have been promoting the channel through word of mouth. Thank you for that. I once felt slightly off on a day S4A streamed and reported a spike. Went home and tested positive for COVID. Luckily, it wasn't too severe. But as the paper's S4A share says, there isn't much correlation between severity of symptoms during the acute phase and long-term organ damage. Yeah, basically how that works is even seemingly mild upfront symptoms. So we differentiate with COVID between the acute phase of the infection, which would be like the first 3 weeks or so. You get the infection, your immune system responds, you get achy, chills, whatever kind of symptoms you get, maybe the cough. And then 2 or 3 weeks later, it tapers off. And then if you get symptoms coming back after that, or they just never go away, that's what we refer to as long COVID. Or the post-acute symptoms or complications or sequelae of a COVID infection. And basically it's this: if your acute phase symptoms are bad enough that you get hospitalized, there's a really high correlation between hospitalization and long COVID. You have majority odds of getting long COVID if your acute phase infection was severe enough for you to be hospitalized. Then I think the odds of long COVID are like 55 to 60%. So you have better odds than not of getting long COVID if it was that bad that you ended up in the hospital. And, odds of the organ damage, like kidney damage and stuff like that, goes way up at that point if, again, the acute phase was that severe. Which is another reason why masking is plan A. In N95 we trust, but plan B is staying up to date on the vaccines, because they do have some efficacy at preventing the most severe outcomes of an infection. Because again, if you get hospitalized, your odds of having the organ damage and the long COVID go way up. But beyond that, whether you're asymptomatic, you have no apparent symptoms, or you just have mild symptoms during the acute phase, or you have moderate but non-hospitalizable symptoms during those first few weeks, the acute phase, you have the same odds of getting long COVID. So you could have no symptoms, or you could have a pretty bad cough that doesn't land you in the hospital, and have the same odds of getting long COVID. So you can't always tell. And even seemingly mild COVID, as we're going to read an article on later, can age your brain up to 10 years. It mimics changes encountered in much older individuals. So it can create kind of like mild dementia and actually cause brain shrinkage, brain mass loss. Your brain will shrink from a COVID infection. How does it do this? Inflammation primarily. COVID, the virus, acts as a key for inflammation in your body. Inflammation can be a normal part of your immune response, but too much inflammation causes aging and damage. And basically, as the virus rips through your system, it is kind of like going into the elevators and just hitting all the buttons at once. It is running around your system, triggering all kinds of inflammation. And so that is how a lot of the brain damage occurs from COVID, is immune-mediated damage. It's basically, it's tricking your immune system into causing lots and lots of inflammation, and then that withers your organs that are exposed to it. So not good stuff. But I'm glad you caught the infection so that you can then, if you weren't masking, start masking. Don't spread it to anybody else. Stay home. That's the big thing also, is rest. If you test positive, stop exerting immediately. I mean, I've read different things that there's cheap non-toxic things like vitamin C and melatonin, taking high doses of those. Vitamin C, you would probably want to take like 1,000 milligrams or a gram. And you can buy vitamin C in like a powder. Well, it's water soluble. Your body's going to pass it. So it doesn't make sense to take any more than a gram an hour. Even that would be a lot. But, having a bunch of that. People buy those emergency packets, those like little fizzy drinks. It's like Pop Rocks. It's like medicated Pop Rocks, nutritionally fortified Pop Rocks. I would stay away from the emergency. Just get yourself like a B vitamin complex. Cost you like $5 for 100 caps, and some vitamin C powder or vitamin C chewables or whatever. Cost you way less than the emergency, and you'll get like way more in terms of doses out of it. But yeah, doing a lot of that. I've seen some research saying that melatonin can be helpful. Again, cheap and non-toxic. You can just walk into a supermarket and buy that. And there's no, side effects other than, getting sleepy. Melatonin's a hormone that regulates your day-night response and your seasonal response. So it can help with things like jet lag, or actually there's a lot of research now on melatonin. It was kind of like used like a natural sleeping pill for a while. They're finding out more and more that melatonin seems to have a lot of really positive effects. And one of the things, when you metabolize melatonin, it breaks down into highly antioxidant compounds, and so seems to have some anti-aging effects. Anyway, things like that. You want to rest. Get a lot of fluids, extra vitamin C, maybe take extra melatonin. But basically there's a correlation between more rest, lower odds of getting long COVID, or on the flip side, the more you exert yourself while you are sick with COVID, the more damage you're going to cause. The more the infection is going to do damage in your body, basically. So that is a reason to, test if you think that you're sick, avoid spreading it to other people, and get rest. Take care of yourself so that you minimize the damage and pass the infection as quickly as possible. Okay. Hello, you do really great work. Love the channel. I commented recently in 3 parts on a China video. You only replied once. Yeah, we get a lot of comments, so there's at this point in the channel, there's no way I can respond to all the comments. And I don't always have anything to say. Sometimes it's already said in the video, and there's like a limit to how much I can repeat myself. So, yeah. But yeah, no, I'm glad that you are phasing out slop from your YouTube diet for sure. And I'm sure that eventually, I'll respond to another one of your comments if you keep commenting. Are there problems with Substack? I haven't had any issues so far. Although I don't use that for my own personal enjoyment at all. I just upload the videos to it, and then I share it as a note. Done. I don't even check comments on there, so I haven't had any issues with it, no. Bernie Sanders is pretty much over, but libs are still in love with the squad. Yeah, I mean they're propping up AOC. I got news for people though who think that AOC is gonna run for president in 2028. I do not think that that's gonna go well. I think she is kind of a weak speaker. She retreats into this weird. Whenever she's criticized, she starts doing this kind of wounded victim thing. It just does not project strength, in my opinion. I think she would fare terribly in a national campaign where she's getting hit a lot. I don't think she responds well to getting hit. You know, some people, when they're attacked, they come up with strong responses, they push back, they shrug it off, they laugh it off, they turn that energy around. I don't think she's good at any of that, just from what I've seen of her so far. And that's just speaking tactically. I don't think that no matter how much they want to pump her up as like the next progressive hope, the next Obama, whatever, I don't think she really has the skills for it. And that's just my opinion. But, you know, my bet would be on that campaign not, I mean, whether she wins or not, generating a lot of kind of cringeworthy moments. So I'm curious what others have to say about that. Because I know I was talking with somebody in real life about that recently, and they had the same impression of AOC. So wonder how many others share that. Which, again, just increases the cultishness on the part of people bending over backwards to try to defend her. You know, it works better when the people you're trying to defend can defend themselves in the first place. But I remember you mentioning Anarch here. Anarch's video on the state is counter-revolutionary. Yeah, his analysis is terrible. That was actually one of the first things people asked me to do a response to, like way back in 2020. I started watching the first. It's in 4 parts. I started watching the first part of it, and it was like top to bottom garbage. I might do something about that in the future, but I've just had, you know, kind of other priorities right now. It's definitely a possibility that I might do something on that in the future. The meaning of social fascism was eye-opening in its clarity. Yeah, especially coming from an American. Well, that was the Comintern's position. I think it was correct. They were pressured into backtracking on that, but... Well, and they had to switch tactics also to try to just get more SOCDEM rank and file behind them. They were afraid of scaring them away. I still think it's correct, though. I thank you for being a professional in editing out dead air. Wish this was more common as a practice in terms of people recording and dealing with audio. Yeah, I didn't edit the real early streams, but as more and more people started listening, I started... Well, the other thing was when you do things live, when I replay these and listen to them for editing purposes, I learn a lot just from doing that. People ask sometimes, hey, can I help out with the channel? And one of the things I would love to outsource to somebody else is editing the videos. Unfortunately, I actually get a lot out of editing them. Like, I learn a lot about, I think I said this well, but I didn't say this well. And did I say it well enough that I can leave it in? Or did I, like, flub it to the point where I knew what I meant, but I said it badly and I should just cut it out? Or, you know, can I leave it in, but then just comment on it or what? Anyway, all of that stuff, that's a discussion that just has to go on in my head. And unfortunately, nobody else can do that for me. So it's one of the most time-consuming things is when I stream, I know that with the stream, with great streaming comes great editing. And that is so time-consuming. And it's just a lot of effort. I really have to think seriously, am I leaving any given second of the stream in or not? And I think that kind of attention to detail and that critical listening has resulted in overall better streams. Also, like, a ton more work. But again, you know, I'm in this to learn, same as you all. So that's just how it goes. In other words, we're not just trying to churn out slop here. I'm hoping for everything that we put out minute by minute to be quality. Otherwise, I don't want to post it. I don't run ads on the videos. This isn't just about clicks. It's not just about, how many shallow eyeballs can I get on this. It's making quality stuff. I was really happy, for example, with how a lot of that Bernie Sanders stuff came out earlier this month. But I gave that my all also. I mean, it was like when I was working on that, I was thinking about it constantly. Even when I was trying to take like days off from it, I was like, oh, and then I should do this. And then. So actually, that's one of the reasons why I haven't posted quite as much in the back half of May, is because I've been kind of recovering from that effort. I thought we did some good stuff there. And I also liked involving the comments because, first of all, it is painful for just me to read the comments because I deal with that also. Again, trying to learn, keep my ear to the ground and, listen to what people are saying and how are people taking the stuff we're putting out. I want to know that. Some of it, though, is like, how do I even engage with this? And bringing that into the video, I thought, for everybody to see and to make it a focal point. We're going to do that again in this video. I think it helps. I think what we're trying to do here is have a discussion, present material to learn from and to apply to the U.S. left to the best of our ability to do so. I think in general, there's two tasks to the proletarian movement in an advanced monopoly capitalist or imperialist country. Number one, organizing against the capitalists for worker power and eventually takeover. And two, the anti-imperialist element, spreading ideology that is proletarian internationalist and to help to resist empire and warmongering and, resist social chauvinism. I think, however the organizing turns out, we can at least do a lot on point two. And of course, we got to try to organize as well. But we can definitely be anti-imperialist and help to spread that and help to reduce buy-in to capitalist warmongering and, pro-neocolonial, pro-imperialist sentiment. We can definitely push back on that. And I see that already. The organizing seems to be a thing. Like I said, we're going to discuss that in a later thing, but there seems to be a lot more struggle, not in the positive sense, but just a lot of trouble with organizing in the U.S. Fascism and Social Revolution by R. Palm Dutt was such an eye-opener. Yeah, that's why I still have it labeled Best Anti-Fascist Book Ever. It's 13 hours long. Please, if you haven't already, read. And we have it as an audiobook with comments and discussion. R. Palm Dutt, D-U-T-T, Fascism and Social Revolution on the channel. I think it could be the algorithm that doesn't show advanced educational content. I mean, we're doing okay. We got, 35,000 people at this point. And I try to keep it entertaining as well. Oh, you're talking about that last video. Well, even the other two videos, the Debs video and the shorter Lenin thing, that got double the views. So I think there was something particular to that video. People watched it and somehow had nothing to say suddenly. So whatever. Not entirely complaining, but it's just when I see things like that, it suggests to me perhaps where the audience is at. When you give them lighter content, you get a lot more bold engagement. When you give heavier content, a lot of times, people get, they hush up really quick. And that's not the intended purpose of doing that, but it's just kind of interesting to me to see that and what it might suggest about where the audience is. Making this recommendation, Hammer and Hoe on the Alabama Communists. Yeah, I've seen that on a number of recommended lists by now. Also good for the understanding the issue of race relations, how to figure out overcoming liberalism and American exceptionalism. Folks online are generally not worth engaging with. I mean, I think it depends. You just have to remember, online, you have no idea whether the person, in air quotes, you're talking to is actually a live human being or a bot. or if they're on a paid troll farm, or if they're a sincere person. There's a lot. I've heard it said that 80% of communication in person is nonverbal. Like, so much of the information we're getting about the people we're interacting with is just not the words they're saying, but the overall context, the body language, the self-presentation, all of that. And you don't really get that online. So you don't really know where people are coming from, or there's just like a lot of missing context when you're talking to people online. So it is, I guess, better than nothing, but you got to take it with a huge grain of salt. Anyway, sure, you can find some community and edutainment, but engaging with folks in person is so much more valuable, and you can see concrete changes in folks when you speak and organize with people. People gaining class consciousness is a wonderful thing to experience. Yeah, and like I said, I did a lot of things in person in the 2000s and 20 teens, and I found that it was when people started treating there was a group I was involved with in particular where I felt people were coming in with the attitude of like it was a super throwaway experience for them, like, being in a Discord server or something like that, or like a group chat, where they just kind of come in and crash, act like assholes, honestly, and the rest of us there had actually been sort of building bonds for like a few years and, having meals with each other and stuff like that. There's a big difference between online and in person, and I've seen people treating in-person groups as though they are online groups, and it's just honestly record-type behavior. I finally learned a good distinction: someone who knows how to use the internet to find information, and then terminally online, where the knowledge isn't translated into material action. Yeah, and, I spend a lot of my time online as a kind of navigator and sort of resource handler, sort of case manager, if you will, for like information. I mean, I'm teaching through the channel and trying to promote as well. If somebody's like teaching a math course, they don't have to advertise it. They just have to like show up and teach it. The institution does the advertising for them. I got to advertise as well as actually do the thing. So wearing a few different hats there. But yeah, I spend more time online than I would like. However, the whole point of it is always to try to send the people back into the real world. Okay, good. You logged on, you got some information. And then I try to remind people, take this back into your local left movement and apply what you learned. Don't just be online. And I know some people are in situations where they can't connect with in-person stuff as easily for one reason or another, whether they have a crazy work schedule or a lot of different reasons. But if that is the case and you are spending a lot of time online and getting frustrated from it, I mean, it's not you, it's the nature of trying to do stuff online. It's just not as satisfying, and you're probably going to bump up against other people who spend too much time online too and aren't as grounded and whatever. DSA is still Democrats, says a comment. What do you mean it is still Democrats? I mean, there's, as we've said a million times on here, the right wing of DSA still supports the Democratic Party. The left wing does not. That's a struggle that's going on within DSA. I don't know if you had anything deeper to say, but that oftentimes frustrates the hell out of me. PSL is your favorite. Chinese social imperialism. I kind of honestly really dislike PSL. We'll talk about that later. But I'm often not very impressed with people I see online promoting PSL. I'm a DSA member. We have everything from social democrats to Marxists. Yeah, that's what I've seen too. Planning on checking out the Green Party this summer. I figure at the very least I'll be spared the weird, histrionic anti-vegetarianism that occasionally shows up in other quote-unquote leftist spaces. Yeah, I mean, again, don't get your hopes too high with the Green Party. There's some good chapters and a lot of bad ones. But as I say to people, go check it out. You tell me what's going on in your area, because I'm not everywhere. I've lived in a few places. I've seen what's going on in a few places, but I'm not everywhere at once. And, it's something that, we just need to keep tabs on this is the U.S. left. You know what I mean? These are the organizations that are a part of it. It's important to know what's kind of going on in them, where the momentum is, where the momentum isn't, what's holding up the momentum, where it's getting blocked, etc. I mean, so yeah, check it out. You might have a really good chapter of it. You might not. I guarantee if you get involved with the Green Party, you are going to meet some weird contrarians and kind of Lulbert adjacent people, libertarian adjacent people. Just be prepared for that. But this is also, real life is not an echo chamber. That's also a party that doesn't use democratic centralism. So there is not like a line that people have to adhere to. And that's another evolution that's going to happen in the U.S. left, is understanding the need for democratic centralism. I'm all about that. We have videos about it on the channel. I'm all about teaching people the need for that and helping them connect. There's a reason that communists came up with democratic centralism, because it's a tactical advantage, it works, and it fights liberalism within the party. Green Party doesn't have that. DSA doesn't have that. I think for now, what I'd like to see is just an overall increase in the general level of activity. And then once we've got people more assembled, kind of take it from there, because you will get people figuring out, hey, we need a better way to organize this because everybody's all over the place and people aren't upholding, there's too many factions and people are just not upholding the majority decision, etc. People will come around to the realization, and then we can say, yeah, that's a thing called democratic centralism. We figured it out a long time ago. It's a part of communist culture. And they'll go, oh, okay, teach me about that. But they may not get it, until they have that experience for themselves. Some will, but others will take kind of learning a bit more the hard way. I wear the 3M 85, 11, and 95. They usually last about a week. You can get a pair of them for $10 at Home Depot in the painting aisle. They have a vent too, so they're a little cooler. Just a thing to know about the vent. They are good. You mean an exhalation vent? That is going to not filter the air you're breathing out. So if you're sick and you're trying to prevent others from getting sick, the vented masks are not going to prevent that because they're not filtering your exhaled air. So I stay away from the vented masks. Yes, more moisture builds up when you don't have a vent, but it protects people around you. If you've, tested and you're very sure that you aren't infected, a vent would be safer in that case, but that's just something to be aware of with the vented masks. And for what it's worth, if you're spending like $5 a mask on those, I order mine online and they come out more to like $1.10 each. And that's the 3M Aura masks. I think they're 9510 plus. There's a couple of different ones. There's two that are really similar. The Aura masks, AURA. One of them has just a plain rubber band strap, and one has like a padded rubber band. Something to look into. Getting a 20-pack is usually a lot cheaper. I'm assuming that the surge of counterfeiters ties into how popular drop shippers were before tariffs. Yeah, that's a world I'm not too familiar with, but makes sense. My housing co-op has free N95s, but everyone I see masking wears KN95s. Yeah, it's better than nothing, but you do, I think, generally get a better seal on the N95s. I kind of limit KN95s to like being outside, but even then, it's like I usually just wear the N95. I have an N95 that looks like a duckbill. Yeah, those do look weird. I like those too. I actually read a study that the duckbills are the least likely to sort of push away from your face when you exhale. They leave a little bit more room for your breath. So I think it does make people uncomfortable seeing a mask because they're like, it just reminds them of COVID. Also, remember, collectively, we did not process the trauma of COVID. Well over 1 million people have died, closer to 2 million, maybe more, depending on, which count you're looking at. People haven't processed the grief from that. And seeing a mask, for people who are in denial of COVID still, and haven't even processed that. Just seeing the mask takes them back to a very uncomfortable time for them. And I think that's where a lot of it comes from. And so many consequences of not processing this thing. Is there a Marxist explanation for the government targeting the COVID vaccines? I mean, anti-intellectualism and specifically anti-vaccines has always been a feature of the far right in the U.S. going back a century. So it's consistent throughout. It, I mean, decreases public health. It keeps workers more vulnerable. And it keeps people from demanding better conditions, you know, all things that they don't want to have to deal with. They want us to be the cheapest labor we possibly can be. And, you know, having us concerned with science and health and, you know, refusing to work under certain conditions. The more that they can drive this thing out of sight and make people believe that the vaccine itself is the actual risk, like that the vaccine is the threat. That's basically RFK Jr.'s position, and it's completely nonsensical. And for the people who are super upset that the vaccine injects a small amount of the spike protein into you, guess where the spike protein came from? I mean, the whole point of the vaccine is you get exposed to a small amount of the harmful material so that your body can learn what it is and how to get rid of it without, you know, before you get flooded with a massive dose of it. Guess where you get the most spike protein? You don't like spike protein? You get the most of it from an infection. Literally the whole point of the vaccine is take a tiny amount, and yeah, there is a little bit of health risk from that, but it's much less of a risk than just being infected, especially if you haven't had your immune system primed with a recent vaccination. So it's just wild. But it's also, these are the same people who are like, COVID is a bioweapon. It was made in a lab. But also, like, I can just get infected as much as I want with a bioweapon? Really? I'm not saying it's a bioweapon. I'm just saying that's really contradictory logic. If you do believe that it was a bioweapon, why would you think it's safe to just repeatedly get infected by it? It makes no sense at all. And then you're saying the vaccine is dangerous. The vaccine contains a tiny amount of the toxic substance that you get from an infection. But then you're not masking either. So you're just getting infected and you're turning down the thing that you're acting like is the main threat. Anyway, doesn't make any sense at all. Like, it falls apart just with a few minor pokes, you know, the smallest amount of critical thought. This is what they want. They want people to be irrational. This is like a key component of fascism. That's why the subtitle of Black Shirts and Reds by Parenti is Rational Fascism. It's because fascism is irrational, but the capitalists rationally deploy it in order to short circuit the working class's ability to defend ourselves. If we're not thinking scientifically and we're not thinking rationally, we can't fight back as effectively, and that's the way they want it. Anyway, I would have thought that the vaccines were tolerable in the minds of the capitalists, since they're the most profitable COVID mitigation, and they also keep the majority of the working population healthy enough to continue to generate profits. They're taking a different strategy here, where workers' lives are just utterly expendable, completely disposable. This is covered in one of the sections of Capital, where they learned in the slave plantations of pre-Civil War USA, they learned it was a lot more profitable to just work the slaves to death and buy more slaves than to, you know, care for the slaves and give them a longer life. So I assume that that is the same tactic that they're applying now. And then there's another comment. They're also trying to sow distrust in scientific and academic institutions. You can see that now because RFK Jr. has claimed that all the big medical journals are, quote, in bed with pharma, and he's considering banning government scientists like at NIH from publishing in some of the big medical journals. It's truly new ground, really incredible stuff. Capitalists have to halt productive forces that would eliminate scarcity in order to accommodate the obsolete social system. Capitalism, yeah. So that's what a recession is, basically, is reintroduction of artificially produced scarcity by slowing or shutting down production to protect prices and therefore profits. So Yes, and the bourgeois class that monopolizes the means of production. Regarding COVID anti-intellectualism, that means keeping workers diminished physically and mentally to devalue their labor further and increase the surplus extracted. Sorry, my Twitch chat just got really delayed, and I got to reload my Twitch tab here, and I'm probably going to lose a bunch of stuff. I always wanted to listen to socialist communist stuff before YouTube, since reading is hard for me. You were the first one I found that I like. Are there any other people you'd recommend I listen to? Go to the home tab on YouTube, scroll all the way down, and you will see channels. Channels used to be its own tab on YouTube channels, and I don't know why they got rid of it, because it promotes people to watch more YouTube. I don't know why YouTube doesn't want people watching more YouTube. But anyway, scroll all the way down. You'll see like 24 channels that I link to. And again, not all of them are an unqualified endorsement, but they're some of the better channels that I've seen. I don't. The other thing is that I don't watch a lot of YouTube, so at this point, there's the channels that I got to know in the first few years of doing this, and then most of my time is just spent being S4A rather than like watching other stuff. So in other words, if there's brand new channels from the first year or two, I may not know them. None of the Democrats exert the genuine anger Americans have for the country. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the anger is at their party. AOC will throw her hat in, then get blown out by the second primary round. I mean, I think that there's a lot of popular interest in her because people perceive her as being like the or least worst Democrat or something like that. There was a recent poll that showed, like, she won the poll recently of which Democrat best embodies the core values of the party. But again, I don't think she's going to be that good at playing the primary game. Plus, the Democratic Party, just period, does not have internal democracy. So the people who the party wants to win. If she wins, it's because the party wanted her to. You know what I mean? It's not... they don't have that internal democracy. So it's really futile trying to organize in that party. Even a Green Party or something like that, the people are always like, what's their national expansion strategy? I think that nobody's organizing in that party. So even though it's the fourth largest political party in the United States, get in there. Go find out what it is. If you don't like it, improve it, you know. And for me, it was like after 20 years of seeing that kind of circular stuff going around, I just couldn't take it anymore. And we're doing this now and sending people back out in the movement. And, you know, hopefully things get better. But, yeah, anyway, the Democratic Party does not have internal democracy. What we would really look for is democratic centralism. But even something that isn't the Democrats would be a step up from where we are. And it's just been such a long time of not seeing it. I had near asymptomatic COVID and was walking about 6 miles a day while not knowing I was sick. I ended up with myalgia, sciatica for 6 months as a result. Yeah. The rapid tests are cheap for people who have more money. There's like a PCR grade test you can get at home. I'm trying to think of what it's called. I think it's a German company that makes it. Anyway, it's like $200. The test costs like $10 each. It's very accurate from what I've seen. So, you know, that's a way to tell if you really, really want to be sure. Because even a single PCR test will run you like $170 last time I checked. Whereas getting this home kit, I mean, it's like basically the same cost as getting 2 of them to just have it at home. But anyway, yeah, it's important to know if you have COVID or not. They're platforming Bernie on like CBS Nightly News regularly. I don't know why people think that since he's gotten more coverage from corporate media, he's still a, quote, populist. Bernie Sanders, I think, is irrelevant at this point, but he's still trying to maintain that relevance and pass the torch to AOC, hence the whole playlist that we did. Every time protesters call AOC out over the genocide, she just whines and cries, "Guys, I'm trying. What do you want?" Then defends "isn't real" again. That's what I'm saying. I don't think she has handled... I don't think she's a good politician in that sense. She can't seem to like think on her feet when attacked. Yeah, somebody mentioned zinc for COVID. It's like, again, these are cheap, non-toxic things you can do over the counter that might, reduce the severity a little bit. But again, it's not like it makes getting COVID no big deal. Far from it. Bestie Marx's History of Zionism playlist ripped my eyes open, Clockwork Orange style, to the true horror of political Zionism. You may have to take breaks while listening, especially during the Nakba sections. I know I had to, but it's necessary if you don't have a background on the true situation there. Yeah, I do link to Bestie Marx. Bestie Marx is very good. Yeah, I've seen Revolutionary Thought with a zero. I've seen a little bit. I've heard people speaking highly of. It's a more recently established channel. Very breadtube style, but I think more communist in content. Well, thank you. The S4A's analysis is clear, but never needlessly flourished or arrogant. Well, again, I'm not doing this to it's not really about me. I'm just trying to make it clear. So, yeah. Because what I would like is I'd like to wake up one day and find that there's, people have arranged a well-organized uprising. That would be the best news the best Christmas gift I could give to myself. You know what I mean? So I'm hoping that putting this out there and really helping people and understand it, people will do what needs to be done. The U.S. is so far behind. It's like, seeing the BLM protests in 2020 for me, I was like, finally, this country is starting to deal with some of its shit. And then it was just over so fast. I'm like, no, we need it to keep going because this country has so much fucking bullshit to work through. I also don't appreciate Ugopnik's like alcoholism shtick. Alcoholism is supremely destructive. Anti-alcohol gang for sure. Thoughts on CPUSA? Yes, I have them. We'll discuss them in the upcoming section on parties. Since learning China is an Israel stan, not really sure how we can consider them revolutionary. One of the main ports they were trying to use for the Belt and Road Initiative ran through Haifa. It's the hard truth that, I was confused by China when I started studying too. 2 years into it, I started realizing I think it's smoke and mirrors, and I started going deeper. And I was a lot more satisfied with the more critical takes on China than the sort of propaganda fluff pieces. I think that there's, they're on the capitalist road. I don't know what else to say. In order to talk online, I think video chats are good if you like. If you're talking about politics, if the person is willing to cam up, then it's a good source of communication, so the body language is shown. Yeah, I mean, even voice chat's better than nothing if you don't want to, show face. Just even tone of voice, and, you can kind of hear where somebody's coming from in the way that they're talking a lot of the time, so. Yeah, CPUSA not leading a revolution anytime soon, I think, is accurate. Okay, so here's the thing. Is it that simple that China is an Israel stan? I thought it was their global economy über alles, valuing stability perspective. Is that Marxist? Is it Marxist to just be like, we trade with everyone regardless of whether they're doing a genocide? Is that Marxist? Just answer that. Okay, you have your answer. Hey, thanks for pushing people to organize. I joined DSA a few months ago, and my local chapter is relatively radical. About half was in agreement with the ML caucus. That's what I'm saying to people. People who are like, DSA is just Democrats. No, it isn't just Democrats. Believe me, I hate the Democratic Party deeply, passionately. But that is, and I'm supremely frustrated by those sections of DSA which don't get it about the Democratic Party. But there is active struggle against that within DSA. It's not as simple as just all of DSA is for the Democratic Party. That's just inaccurate. Democratic centralism helps to combat leftist infighting. Yeah, I mean, it's a tactic for helping keep the party together. Arguably it can be abused. You can have too much centralism, not enough democracy, but yes. Yeah, and regarding China, it's not just that, oh, they trade with them. They're like their biggest source of imports for several years now. So when you're asking how did those supplies get to Israel, like the day-to-day stuff that they use there, it came from China. It wouldn't be there had it not come there from China. I was just on vacation. While shopping, a dude tried to solicit me in the dairy section about Jesus. I was polite in my rebuttal, but he left wide-eyed. It got me thinking about a fair number of, quote, leftists who are trying to push religion and spirituality as beneficial. I feel this is counterproductive anti-materialism. Yeah. So, again, the basic stance there is that for the general population, communists believe religion is a personal matter that is not to be funded or promoted by a socialist state. But that for communists are expected to be atheist because we're materialist. And materialism and religion are basically incompatible. Either you believe that immaterial deities rule the world, or you believe that material, the causal web of material influences is generating the effects that we see as reality. Those are basically incompatible worldviews. And I think that people who are reluctant to give up the idealist religious perspective a lot of times don't realize, they really think and they try to convince themselves that they can have it both ways because it would be too painful for one reason or another to give up that religious sensibility. But if you're saying you can have it both ways, I'm telling you now, you're in denial. You're lying to yourself. And there's a lot to be gained once you give up that religious perspective. It's not just the absence of something. You gain more of a scientific perspective. And for me, that's been hugely helpful in my life. As far as spirituality, there's no firm definition of that. I do believe that there are aspects of the material world we don't understand yet. That's just a fact of science that there's a lot that, for example, the James Webb Telescope that is now out and sending back data. The things that telescope traveling through space is finding is totally reshaping our understanding of cosmology and, a lot of things that we thought we knew about the universe are proving incorrect because we had lower quality data, incomplete data, fuzzy data, inaccurate data. And this is giving us a much higher resolution look at the universe around us. And we're learning all kinds of stuff and having to totally, revise theories that were founded on the best data that we had at the time a few decades ago, but that was incomplete. Now that we can see things more clearly, it's like, oh, we thought it was one way, it's actually another. That's how science goes. And, I've had personal experiences, I think we all have, that you would consider strange or weird or, coincidences that are way outside the bounds of, seem like, what would be normal probability. And do I know how to explain those? No, I don't. Do I think that there is a material explanation that, look at it this way. 300 years ago, we didn't really understand electricity. Now, it's in everything that we use practically. So, I think that there are forces of this universe we don't understand yet, but eventually these, they are essentially material rather than immaterial, and, our science will grow to encompass them into our working theory of how things work. Look at abiogenesis, the origination of life from non-living substances. We're closer to understanding that than ever before. But that has been like a key for a long time to the religious worldviews. Well, you can't explain where life came from. God did that, whatever God they believe in. But we're closer than ever to explaining abiogenesis. It could be that actually life is very common throughout the universe, relatively speaking, that it needs certain conditions because organic molecules are, require a certain kind of stable environment or a certain set of parameters in which they can survive. But it could actually be relatively common throughout the universe. That's entirely a possibility. We don't know because we haven't been able to see very far beyond, the end of our nose, so to speak, on a, cosmological scale. So there's so much we don't know. It's, I think, really premature to ascribe things to deities, Anyway, my point is you gain a lot by giving up. People trying to have it both ways are in denial. And I'm trying to encourage you, give up that religious perspective because you gain a lot more than you might think. You gain more by giving it up than you're going to get from keeping yourself, whether it's for sentimental reasons or whatever, trapped in this sort of 1 foot in materialism, 1 foot in idealism, and trying to convince yourself that somehow it's the best of both worlds. I would say no, you're really holding yourself back. Didn't China recently join the Congo-Rwanda war just for the sake of their profit? So much for anti-interventionism. At this point, China's just another imperialist power. From the Marxist perspective, it's undeniable. Of course, they're miles behind the U.S. in terms of military brutality, but give them time. So 2 months ago, DR Congo conflict tests China's diplomatic balancing act. China's efforts to build up huge business interests across Africa have been accompanied by a careful policy of maintaining neutrality, but the conflict in the east of the Democratic Republic of Congo has caused a shift in its approach. BBC article, take it with a grain of salt. How is China's response to this conflict different? For decades, they've been careful not to take sides in conflicts in Africa to avoid causing problems that might interfere with extensive Chinese commercial interests. Up to now, it has shied away from criticizing African governments for supporting participants in a conflict. Yes, you would expect capital to do that, whether it's Chinese capital or any kind of capital. No, calling China an imperialist power is not making it too easy on the U.S. That really is irrelevant. Marxism is a science. We're trying to use objective terminology and objective definitions. And saying that China is a social imperialist power says nothing about the U.S. It says something about China. So you need to get out of that kind of, that has some bearing on the U.S. I see the comment, you've got tips organizing in a college. I'm setting up a YDSA at my school. So far, we've been getting connected with all the activist clubs in our school, doing some educational work on Marxism. That's good. Maybe some other people have some tips for you right now. I got to keep the chat moving, unfortunately, right now. Oh, the appeals court has reinstated the Trump tariffs today. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, it's whiplash, so. RFK Jr. is accusing medical journals of everything under the sun, while recent reports by the DOH have entirely made up citations. Modern obscurantism hurts. Yeah, they're accused of basically using ChatGPT because they, the thing that they just turned in has 7, I think, studies that don't exist in it, which is like a ChatGPT hallmark. All right, I'm trying to catch up with the chat here. If you all could stop posting for a minute just so I can catch up, that would be great. Because I need to get on to the first segment, but I am trying to read all the comments. I fear AOC will be given the primary win so the Democrats can do an Obama rug pull and cripple the left because they put their hope in her. Entirely possible. Entirely possible. Which is why we need to do what we can now to try to immunize people against that. Yeah, AOC called Pelosi Mama Bear. It would be a disaster. That Bernie video you did that included a letter from one of his constituents in Vermont was very eye-opening, and I already disliked him. Learning he was an Iraq war hawk was shocking. Yeah, back in the 90s when it was Clinton. That would be the Bernie Sanders and the Lesson of Occupy Wall Street video. There's a whole article in that if you don't want to watch the whole video. It is titled Bernie Out of the Closet, Sanders' Long-Standing Deal with the Democrats, published in Counterpunch. And I agree, it was very eye-opening. I didn't know a lot of that either. Basically, Bernie was a closet Democrat. He had an agreement with the Vermont Democratic Party that if he didn't organize a third party, they wouldn't organize resistance against him. So basically, he was a Democrat in literally all but name. He was working with them on everything. He basically voted with them. And now he's trying to promote that Democrats run as independents because they know that the Democratic brand is toxic, but he's trying to spread what he did, which is being a Democrat. When you get into power, being a Democrat and working with the party, but being nominally independent, but really in name only. And it's just to fool you. It's just to like sneak more Democrats in there, even though the name Democratic Party is toxic and rejected in a lot of places. The main thing that helped me understand modern China is that Deng's "let's introduce capitalists to build the productive forces" is a mechanical materialist error. It is not true that building the productive forces automatically leads to a socialist revolution. This is discussed in Economic Problems of the Soviet Union as well by Stalin in the early 50s. Have I seen Bad Empanada? I think he sucks. I'm not a fan of Bad Empanada. But what do I think about his debate with Hassan? Somebody sent me that recently. I watched the first 10 minutes. I think Hassan is not a smart person. I don't really watch Hassan very much, but listening to Hassan in the first 10 minutes of that video, he did not seem like an intelligent guy, and I stopped listening. Yeah, obnoxious at best and counterproductive at worst. Yeah, the whole channel is fucking drama. That's basically, he's a drama streamer, basically. That throws in some politics. Yeah. All right, let's move on. We are caught up with the chat for the moment. Let's go ahead and go into the discussion of left parties in the U.S. Because, I guess the last thing that we were talking about was the Bernie Sanders playlist and all that kind of thing. So let's follow up with that, because actually there's a couple of comments that arose in the comment section of those videos. So we'll go into this topic, which, just doesn't really have a satisfying answer. And I think people are going to have to live with that. No matter what I say on this topic, somebody's going to have an issue with it. And, that's fine, because regardless, I think more people get it than don't get it. And, I know that part of the price of running this channel is just listening to comments that I don't agree with, that are oftentimes hostile and aggressive. It is what it is. But let's get into talking about parties in the U.S. So this is a comment that popped up on, I think it was the most recent video on Bernie Sanders, the Bernie Sanders and the lesson of Occupy Wall Street. And so there's a timestamp, and they wrote, I was too naive and joined the CPUSA, and we were expected to do literally just that. What were they referring to? Voting for the Democratic Party. That's what CPUSA will tell you to do. You join the 2025 CPUSA, they will tell you to vote Democrat. Now, that's not Marxist-Leninist. Okay. My response to that is this. Now that people can study Marxism-Leninism and create discussion groups about it online, I think Socialism for All is a good example of that, because we do a lot of theory, we do discussions, and people are actually listening. Not as many people listen to this as listen to like drama streamers, but there's people listening. We're up to 35,000 subscribers now. Hey, that's respectable as like a small, medium channel. It's not just nothing, is the point. There are people actually listening. We can definitely do that kind of studying and discussion online. Then I think also we need to stay active in local organizing, while also starting to knit together the anti-revisionist Marxist networks that will form the vanguard party of tomorrow. So, spoiler, I do not see a party currently that I think is clearly the vanguard party that everybody should go join. So, not having a satisfactory out-of-the-box solution, what do? Well, let's continue my response. I believe that for now, if less experienced comrades are going to be in organizations with elements of liberalism, which to me is all of the communist parties, it's better and safer that liberalism is openly understood to be such, rather than dressing it up. And remember, I'm talking about less experienced comrades here, which is a lot of people. It's safer to have whatever liberalism is out there openly understood to be such, rather than dressing it up as Marxism-Leninism, which is what the revisionist parties do. And others may disagree with that, but that is my honest view. And I've been saying this for several years now with that exact reasoning, is I've been pointing people, and there's a couple of different reasons for this. It's not just that there's not a clear vanguard party. Well, there's a couple of different reasons we'll discuss in just a minute for that. Part of it is I'm running a YouTube channel that I'm hoping to make as useful to the most amount of people I can possibly make it useful to, while actually sticking to Marxist unity, and having that specific focus. I had originally tried to have the channel be more of a left unity thing. The anarchists quickly showed that was not going to be possible, and so because my inclination was more toward Marxism-Leninism, that's what I said. It was anarchists or nothing, and so we got rid of the anarchists. Running a channel that is trying to provide public-facing resources that are going to be useful to lots and lots of people. I don't want to steer people into some niche group that blows up 6 months later, and a lot of people get hurt in the process. I'd rather just see people get active, because I think a lot of people are terminally online now more than ever. People are addicted to their phones and not doing enough in person, which, again, when I got active, you didn't really have there wasn't that much going on online. So you kind of had to go to stuff in person and actually talk to people. Now there's this added danger of people just getting caught up in terminally online things. And I don't want to encourage that. I want to encourage people, go get involved in things in your community, meet people in person, find out about projects that aren't advertised online, and just increase the general level of struggle. And then meanwhile, while you're in your groups, which in the United States are almost undoubtedly not going to be Marxist-Leninist, but you need to be active in what is there. Also do your online studying, have your discussion groups. If you can form a faction or something within, among comrades that you meet in a real life in-person organization who are also interested in Marxism, and you get a little study group going, great, do that. I would totally encourage that. I don't think we have critical mass at this point for there to be a huge communist movement, let alone one with deep roots to the labor movement. I mean, there kind of isn't a major labor movement in the first place. So we're at a really preliminary stage, and I think that people outside the U.S. in particular really don't understand that. I mentioned this before. I had a patron who previously was supporting at the $20 level, dropped down to the $2 level over disagreement, because I said I would rather see people just engage in kind of big tent mass party stuff while studying, obviously, Marxism-Leninism in their spare time, like online or with a small group of people. But there aren't large Marxist-Leninist groups engaged in mass activity at this point. I would rather see people engage in some kind of just general mass action and study Marxism-Leninism on the side until all those people studying that at some point in the future form some kind of a new network which doesn't exist currently. Then having yet another pre-party formation spring up, have another group of 10 assholes, half of whom are going to turn out to be Nazis a year from now, declare themselves some new vanguard group, and waste everybody's time, including their own. I don't see the point in that. So I was saying, I feel like we need more mass activity and more general labor struggle, which in part is just we need the average American worker more interested in standing up for themselves rather than rolling over. And that's a deep-rooted problem. That's a cultural problem. There's all kinds of things we are waiting on and trying to see change there. But I think at this point, just seeing the overall level of mass activity is just too fucking low. And having another group declare themselves the vanguard is going to make a fucking difference. And also the last few groups that did that, like PCUSA, like ACP, like a lot of these groups sprouting up, they're deeply revisionist, to say the least. So I don't see really the point in that. And I think that there's got to be more overall activity to get the class consciousness up and just get the spirit of resistance up before anything useful is going to come out of that. Now, obviously, I'm trying to put highly digestible Marxist-Leninist materials in people's hands to help that new, underground network of people studying this stuff to materialize. That's what I would like to see more than anything else. But like I said, it seems to me, I got into an argument with somebody else on social media who, again, was not American. And I think you just don't understand how bad it is here. It's really, really bad. Like the level of class consciousness is lower, I think, than you could possibly imagine. And it seems to me like some of the people who've gotten the most angry or like are the most confused about the situation in the U.S. people who aren't here. And I get that. The U.S. is kind of unfathomably awful in its backwardness in this way. But there are people who are trying to get it, and I'm doing everything that I can do, as a random individual to try to do this. And I don't see a group that impresses me enough at this point to get involved with. But more on that in a minute. Anyway, we've gone over this so many times, and I'm just trying to make it as clear as I can. I thought I made it very, very clear in the last video, the Bernie Sanders one. All of it, the Green Party, everything. Bernie Sanders took the Green Party's platform. And it's like, that people in the U.S. left and beyond, even people who think of themselves as left, support a lot of that stuff, but they're not fighting for it. And that's like kind of the key difference is Americans are not in general fighting. And this isn't just to slam the U.S. as like so weak, so useless, whatever. It's a problem we have to deal with and have to address and just keep getting at. There's a way to change it is what I'm trying to say. I don't think we found it yet. I know a lot of people point to the settler nation of the U.S. as in part a reason for that. I think that while the U.S. and Israel, for example, have a lot in common in terms of the overall history and nature of being a settler colonial country, I think the U.S. has been so established for so long. Is it a factor? Yes. It's not a sort of life and death struggle for the existence of the colony as it is in Israel. So I think some of those comparisons are off in that way. In other words, I think that does explain some things about the U.S.'s mindset and the cultural roots of the preservation of the status quo here. I don't think it explains everything about it, but anyway, some people very confident on that point. Let's continue with the comments. Somebody said, to those of us too uneducated to really know who's a crank, your endorsement of the Greens, despite being a communist, really goes a long way to proving your sincerity and thoughtfulness. And I responded to this by saying, to be clear, I think that something like the Green Party or DSA, that kind of mass left thing, is more of an inevitability than something I positively want to endorse or promote. In other words, I think regardless of what some random YouTuber is doing, I think you would expect to see struggle because conditions are bad. I think you would expect to see that. I think it's an inevitability something like that will pop up. Part of my curiosity is, why are we not getting some more durable form of that? It isn't just about healthcare. It's about a housing crisis. It's about so many things. And yet some kind of a durable organization fighting for those things. Like it is the Green Party platform. It is, again, DSA is an older organization, but had this upsurge recently fighting, having a similar platform or statement of principles to fight for these things. And yet there's low engagement on that. People, it's kind of like if you've ever tried to unionize a workplace where people will spend all day complaining about the boss, but then when you propose like constructive steps to fight back, no one steps up. The U.S. is kind of like that, but on like an entire countrywide level. Everybody, especially the progressives, they will complain, but they just won't take the fight any further than trying to support progressive Democrats in their primaries. And it's like, what is it going to take? That has been shown so many times not to work, but these people can't understand organizing for the sake of organizing to build a party and to build influence and to do projects that don't involve winning elections. They can't get past the "you can't win an election" thing. And so they don't understand why you just need to organize for the sake of organizing to pursue your interests outside of the electoral realm. And the whole thing is so just baby brained. It's just on like a preschool level, politically speaking. But anyway, I think that something like the Greens or DSA, that mass left thing, is more of an inevitability than something I positively want to endorse or promote. I am a communist. I think that something like that's not going to go the distance, and we ideally would want communists steering something like that. So in a sense, the development of a vanguard party and the development of a mass party does go in tandem. But again, I think we have a situation now where we are having some success on this channel doing direct education. I'm not a party. It's just a YouTube channel. It used to be, if you really want to like study the works of Lenin, you had to join a party. You know, now you can tune into YouTube, and then I will tell you, go get involved in what's there. And so there may be a new route to it. I don't want to oversell the use of the internet here, but it seems to be working to a great extent. I see people having discussions about communism now I never saw 10 years ago. So I do think that that is accelerating, that's intensifying. And we want to keep that going. And I do think something's going to materialize out of that. Like, the quantitative change leads to a qualitative change eventually. I think something qualitatively new will emerge at some point, which is why I'm just encouraging the quantitative aspect at this point, because we don't even have like a sustained Sokdem party. When you don't even have that, what does it say about the overall level of struggle? And then people are like, what do you care about where Sokdems organize? You're missing the point. It's that people are just laying down. That's the point, okay? That's the problem, is people are just laying down. I would like them to stand back up again. Then, through the struggle, we can convince them to organize our way as communists. But if they're laying down, that's the worst kind of position they can be in, and that's where a lot of Americans are. So you may not understand, please, you're invited to spend some time in the United States. Wouldn't actually recommend it, but if you want to understand, come here, check it out. It fucking sucks beyond your wildest imagination. Anyway, what I do endorse is people taking next steps in organizing, keeping this process rolling along. And if somebody's kind of more like in a DSA green, not Marxist-Leninist headspace, and they're not even organizing toward those ends, I would encourage them to at least do that. We all start somewhere. You know what I mean? You don't necessarily pop out a communist. Some of us do. Great. But not everybody does. But to say that there's not communist, at least future allies in the Green Party, there's not future communist allies in DSA, I think it's just wildly short-sighted and inaccurate. There's there's future communists in the Green Party. There's future communists. There's current communists in the Green Party and in DSA. That there's nothing else going on around them. So that's what they're involved in today. We do want to build networks for tomorrow, which are going to be explicitly communist and, have an actual vanguard party. We need a labor movement as well. But what I'm talking about is keeping this process rolling along. Whatever step you're on, take the next step as soon as you're ready to take it, And that's the cause for concern for me, is that so many people will support a Bernie Sanders type platform, which again was stolen from the Greens and then slightly watered down. Yet where is the sustained struggle for that? It's all being channeled into the Democratic Party, where nothing can happen. There's no internal democracy. That party is run by the 1%. It's all just it's just to mess with you. It's to mislead you. So, like I said, what I do endorse is people taking next steps in organizing. If your next step is to become a communist, excellent. We're here for it. Why do you think we started this channel? Why do you think we're doing these readings? Why do you think we're trying to foster that? Why do you think we're trying to help you connect with other people like that? Of course, that's what we want to see. But the concerning thing is the refusal to engage in something even like basic organizing that's not even the kind of democratic centralism we would ultimately need to see. And that it may take an experience in a non-Dem-Cent organization to like realize why you need that. The refusal to engage in something like that, even though many agree with its platform, I think is a hugely concerning failure. So yeah, if that's what's going on in your area, do it. And just take this thing. We got to keep building. We got to keep it moving towards the thing we need to get to. And we're really far from that. But as the saying goes, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And we got to keep it moving. So many people are giving up and laying down before they ever really try. That is the focus. And I'm glad that you spend your whole day like reading, just you get up, it's 10 hours of like the most cutting edge Maoist texts. Congrats. What do you want, a fucking parade? Most people are not doing that, but we're trying to change the culture to get people to even understand what the fuck is dialectical materialism. It takes time. It takes time for the word to spread, for it to catch on, for people's minds to change, for people to learn it. It takes a while to incorporate that. And then for people to get a good opportunity to get hooked up with some kind of organizing and to participate in an action and things like that, it takes time. We want it to move as fast as possible, but yeah, I mean, what do you think we're doing here? So anyway, I was going to call this section a tale of two comments because, so we have on the one hand, and this comment on the screen, I would not count as one of the two. But that first comment, and I'll just put it back up for the sake of, because I'm talking about it. We have on the one hand people saying, I joined CPUSA. They told me to like be a Democrat, basically. Now let's look at the other comment. Because obviously that was an unsatisfying experience for that person, right? That's the problem. I don't want to recommend that. I don't want to recommend people go do that. Because then they're going to come back and they'll be like, you're a shill for the Democratic Party. Well, I don't want that. Again, as I've said, it's not really for me to decide where people have a best fit. What I have been telling people is if all that's going on is DSA or the Greens, at least do that and meet who you can there. And obviously keep studying communism on the side. That's why do you think we keep putting the videos out? Anyway, here's the other comment in the tale of two comments. I think that advocating for people to go spin their wheels in a non-revolutionary party like Green Party or DSA is a fundamental misunderstanding of Marxism-Leninism. I'm still very confused by your stance on this and have been for a while. I'd rather see people in literally any, key phrase, literally any Marxist-Leninist party. Now, I guess this raises a lot of questions about what makes a Marxist-Leninist party. Like, you have to adhere to certain policies and practices and a basic outlook that a lot of the parties don't. At which point they're calling themselves Marxist-Leninist, but are they? This goes back to what I said before about, I think that if you're doing liberalism, better not to call it Marxism-Leninism. That's confusing, especially to newer comrades. So my philosophy, and you might disagree, but my philosophy, and it's genuine and sincere, is I think that may do more harm than good for a lot of people. And at a minimum, what I keep hearing about CPUSA in particular, which is like the Communist Party of the United States. It was, the old Comintern Party. It's supposed to be the official party. There's, of course, a lot more now, but supposed to be the official party. And what I keep hearing is people get involved for a year or two, and then they finally just can't take it anymore. But it's always the same problems that lead them to quit. They're not doing Marxism-Leninism. They're opportunists, they're liberals, and it sucks. That's what I keep hearing from people. So, I'd rather see people in literally any Marxist-Leninist party, they said. Then continue. People will not even get political education nor political maturity out of them, meaning the, quote, non-revolutionary parties, as there is little study or struggle. See, that's not true. When I was involved with the Green Party, granted, this was a different decade, but I mean, at that time, the Green Party that I was involved with, if there was some action going on in the area, the Green Party was there every single time. All the anti-war stuff was really big then. Green Party was on top of it, had a presence at every single rally. And as I said in one of the videos, I went to meetings that helped plan some of the anti-war protests. Like, it's just not true to say that there's no struggle there. They're involved in a lot of different campaigns. I saw that firsthand. DSA today, which I have been a dues-paying member of DSA on and off in recent years, and I've contributed to some of their local campaigns in a support capacity. They've been involved. They've been leading the struggle. They've been like actually in the area I'm thinking of, the Green Party has a much less significant presence. Again, kind of died out around the time of Occupy. DSA took over in 2016 because there was a huge Bernie contingent. And DSA has since been launching all kinds of initiatives. So they've actually been on the forefront of, if there's an event happening, chances are DSA initiated that event. So that's just wrong to say that there's no struggle going on. And as far as the study, there may not be study going on within the party, but like I say, we're doing study here online, and I'm talking to a lot of people who are active in their local groups, and I've heard from dozens of people that they have started a discussion group among the left, most left-leaning people in their local branch of whatever organization they're in. So tell me how that's harmful, or if not harmful, I mean, isn't that the thing we should be doing right now? Well, they say it is very much a waste of people's time, especially the type of people who watch this channel. So what should you be doing? Again, they say literally any Marxist-Leninist party. Let me tell you this. The amount of communists I have met in real life, very few. Very few. So if you were really just leaving it up to those parties, I mean, well, we'll leave that there for now. Greens are not reds. I've met plenty of Greens who are, actually, but okay. And DSA wastes their time on localized electoralism and debating their own mal or unformed line. Well, so they don't have a line, but they're debating it. Okay. Localized electoralism. Yeah, they do that. And again, the right wing of DSA is going to be more inclined to be opportunist toward the Democratic Party. You can go back to the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Point being, even in that party, you had a left and a right wing. You had different factions. And they fight with each other. And people switch sides within that. Expecting there not to be like a relative left and a right wing with where we're at in the United States right now within these organizations, I think is foolish. Dare I say ultra-leftist even. Because how do you think we're going to get from where we are now to where we need to be? Okay, I'll be the first to admit we're not where we need to be. How do we get there? I've given a lot of thought to that. And I'm not saying I have definitely the correct answer. I look forward to the chat after this discussion, because I think it is a discussion we need to have. And I would like to help, promote the best ideas we can come up with. I don't want to use this channel to promote wrong ideas, honestly. But like I said, this is the best that I can come up with, and I'm totally unswayed by comments like this. And this person is a supporter of the channel, and I appreciate that support. And they didn't get into a long back and forth with me about this, so hopefully they saw the value of my response. But I mean, a lot of the stuff in here is just incorrect. So you're getting wrong ideas about what's going on in these organizations in the first place. And then you're getting, you're making then wrong conclusions, like logical extrapolations of what that means. So, yeah, anyway. Case in point, DSA's stance on Palestine. What are you even talking about? So I went and double checked. Here's the statement that DSA made about Palestine. Democratic Socialists of America, DSAUSA.org. Statements. End the violence and the occupation, free Palestine, October 7, 2023. DSA is steadfast in expressing our solidarity with Palestine. Today's events, this was the beginning of the current situation, are a direct result of Israel's apartheid regime, a regime that receives billions in funding from the United States. End the violence, end the occupation, free Palestine. We unequivocally condemn the killing of all civilians. So they have that. You want to criticize that? Fine. You think that there hasn't been ongoing internal struggle over that? You don't know what's going on in DSA. Please don't comment on things that you don't know about. Anyway, it is imperative for international human rights law to be respected. We cannot forget that the Israeli state has systematically denied Palestinians the right to self-determination for decades. This was not unprovoked, the attack. For over 60 years, Palestinians have faced ethnic cleansing, torture, bombings, and housing demolitions. Gaza is still under a blockade. As socialists, we must act. New York City DSA's Not on Our Dime campaign, led by DSA member and New York Assembly member Zoran Mamdoni, provides an effective model for pressuring elected officials to stop providing financial support to the Israeli state, take to the streets to join a protest for peace and against funding the Israeli state, find out what actions local DSA and YDSA chapters are taking, and join in. So there's a little bit of liberalism in there, but overall, would you expect any better from any left organization in the U.S. given the current situation right now? I think for the general state of the U.S. left, that's a very good statement. Let's look also at the DSA's International Committee. They have the Palestine Solidarity Toolkit, and there's a lot of resources below this screenshot, but it says take action for Palestine, messaging tips. This is genocide, raise the alarm, is directly funded and rubber stamped by the U.S. government with $3.8 billion a year in military funding to Israel. Now Biden is promising to send more weapons and military funding. Demand we must stop arming Israel. Be very clear about actors, who the aggressor is, Israel, and who the oppressed is, Palestinians. Do not use passive voice. Warn audiences to be vigilant about rampant Israeli state propaganda and racist, dehumanizing disinformation. The root of violence is Israel's 75-plus years of violent colonialism and mass killings of the Palestinian people. And it goes on. You think that's like a terrible line? I don't. Honestly, I thought Politsturm's line was worse. So I think that was an uninformed comment. Anyway, so I wound up a couple days ago making a post about this. Join a U.S. Communist Party. Here are your options. 1, Trotskyites with no ties to the labor movement. 2, opportunists who tell you to vote Democrat with no ties to the labor movement. 3, Chinese social imperialists with no ties to the labor movement. Or 4, Brezhnevites with no ties to the labor movement. Also, there isn't actually a labor movement. Have fun. I mean, it's daunting. That's the point here. That's the joke. Is like, I think we need a reboot. I think we need to do this thing over. That's why I'm taking the strategy that I am, is doing direct education, public-facing education, and then telling people get organized, find each other, and rebuild a vanguard network that can actually, has roots in the existing left and labor movement that can lift this thing up. And I think it's going to take time. I think it's in the process of being built. Somebody responded by saying there definitely is a labor movement, but it's small and fragile, operates largely unseen, and a lot of people and organizations exist to take credit for it or act as a black hole, sucking up any resources meant for shop floor level organizing. I just said, well, this is what I'm talking about. And there's a chart of the union density rate for Australia, New Zealand, UK, and USA. The USA starts at 1960, about 30% of the workforce was unionized. That's down to like 10% today. It's just been in steady decline ever since the 1960s. So with 10% unionization now, which is like an 80-year low, there may be popular sentiment for unions has been rising in recent years. Like more people are supportive of the idea of a union, but actual unions have not caught up yet. The actual rate of union representation is very low still. So that's where we are. How do we take where we are and take it to the next step and the next step and the next step in the process of building power? How do we build that power? All right. So let's look at some of the options. I'm just saying it's a difficult situation. We have our strategy for it that I've been talking about. And I'm seeing some difference here from doing that. But let's take a look. There was a link somebody sent, actually off of, I think it was this Blue Sky post. Somebody sent this tier maker thing. You can see the various logos of U.S. socialist parties or organizations down at the bottom there. And so I put this together. Now, I didn't do I really need to preface this. This is not an actual tier list like, the ones higher up are better. That's not the point of this. I separated them out into groups because this is actually a pretty good tool for doing that. Let's take a look. I'll bring this up now. And we'll discuss the options. Again, going back to in the tale of two comments, I'd rather see people in any Marxist-Leninist group. There it is. Any Marxist-Leninist party. Literally any Marxist-Leninist party. And I responded to that by saying, no matter how shitty, no matter how revisionist, no matter how actually non-Marxist-Leninist the party is, despite claiming to be, we have a difference there. Okay? And I'm telling you now, it's a sincere difference. I, at this time, don't think that that's better than me doing public-facing education, telling people to get involved, find each other, and build new networks. Because, and there was another argument I got into on Blue Sky with, again, somebody from outside the U.S. I don't think this commenter, the one on the screen, is outside the U.S., but there's somebody else who's super irate about anything having to do with this. And they said, your main task is to reconstitute the Communist Party in your country. And my response to that is, which one? Because there's a lot. Now, if you are talking about reconstituting, just not a party in particular, but try to help bring about the reformation of an actually Marxist-Leninist vanguard group, that's exactly what I'm trying to do via public-facing education and encouraging people to get involved and find each other in real life. Okay, that's literally exactly what I'm trying to do, is contribute to the conditions necessary for the reconstitution of a communist vanguard. If we're talking, on the other hand, about reconstituting a particular party, how do you pick which one? Because there's so many, and let's go through them. So like I said, this is not an actual tier list. That's why I've blanked out the A through F along the side. The one I did leave is I don't know what this is, because I guess starting there, I don't know what that is. It says Edward, I think. Is that like a Bernsteinian party? Because Edward Bernstein, I mean, that's the spelling of his name. I don't even know what that is. I've never seen that before. But anyway, the first row, I put kind of more like what we would call like mass, or not specifically communist groups. You have DSA, Green Party US, Peace and Freedom Party, and SPUSA, Socialist Party USA. So those are not specifically communist parties. They exist. They're there. The next group, I put anti-revisionist parties. The ACB, which no longer exists because the Nazbol PCUSA sued them out of existence. And then there's the American Party of Labor, which is an anti-revisionist party. They have a Hojaist type line rather than a Maoist type line. I've had some pressure from people to like endorse that party. I think endorsing any of these groups, in the face of a lack of a labor movement, the lack of kind of mass left activity more than every few years, like Black Lives Matter or Occupy, that pops up sporadically, it is what it is. We're making it known to people. First of all, you don't need me to tell you, you can just go look up a group of U.S. left, socialist, communist, and left parties. You don't need me to, look that up, or you don't need me to hold your hand to figure that out. I'm always telling people, find out what's in your area and see if it's a fit. You can do that. Even if there was a party I really liked, I still probably wouldn't endorse them at this point. And that's also due to technical considerations, being that I'm a YouTube channel, and I think it's more strategically wise for me at this point to remain independent of a party. I have seen other channels get involved with parties, and then their output get throttled as a YouTube channel. So think of Danky Kang in particular, who joined PCUSA, and they tried to take over Danky Kang's channel, and it basically resulted in Danky Kang like not getting anything published for like a year. I think probably it's more of an overall help for me to run the channel in a more general way, doing what I've been doing, and, interacting with thousands of people that way. I think there's more benefit to that than endorsing a specific party at this point in time. So that's the calculation I made there. But anyway, American Party of Labor exists. ACB used to exist, does not currently, again, thanks to PCUSA suing them. Next line, you have some Maoist groups. There is the RCP, not to be confused with the Trotskyite RCA or RCI, but the RCP, these are the Avakians, Revolutionary Communist Party. And then the New African Black Panther Party, again, another Maoist. They're doing, I think, a lot of prison organizing. Those exist. I mentioned before, this is an anti-revisionist channel, and I tend to lean more toward the Hoja side. I think there's some things about Mao, particularly the cult of Mao is one of the things that I don't like. Is I've seen a lot of, when the Sino-Albanian split happened, there was so much ink wasted trying to defend Mao specifically from, like, that all the problems that were arising with the opening up and the post-1978 capitalism stuff, that was like, how dare you, say that Mao had anything to do with that. It's just like, who gives a shit? You know what I'm saying? Like, Mao obviously made contributions to the Chinese Revolution, and we read some of his writings, and they're important. But there comes a point where, like, look, in the 70s, it looks like he did start getting mixed up in some of that. And anyways, it's kind of ridiculous the extent to which I thought that a lot of the Maoists were attacking the Albanian criticisms was like very much cult of personality around Mao kind of thing. It's such a non-starter for me. But anyway, the next group, you have CPUSA. This is kind of a group of, I didn't know else how to characterize these particular parties. They're not Maoist, they're not Hojist, they're not Trotskyist. They claim to just be Marxist-Leninist parties. CPUSA, they'll tell you to vote Democrat. Freedom Road, and they uphold socialism with Chinese characteristics, so they're Dungus Chinese social imperialist. Freedom Road Socialist Organization, next to it, again, they uphold socialism with Chinese characteristics. Next, the Progressive Labor Party. There's a commenter or two affiliated with them, or who has been affiliated with them. I understand they actually did have kind of a bad line on Palestine, which they may have fixed later on. I haven't heard that much from them. They claim to be a revolutionary communist party of some kind. Again, I don't come across them in the wild that often, but I put them in this sort of category. Then you have, I'm actually not sure the name of this, but the website is Solidarity-US, and they're, again, a communist group that didn't appear to be specifically Maoist or Trotskyist or anything else. If you have any experience with that in the chat, please speak on it. Then you have the Socialist Labor Party, very old party going back to the 19th century, which is De Leonist. Bit niche, but there it is. And again, I know a couple of commenters who have read a lot from that party. The next group, Trotskyite and Trotskyite-derived parties. Freedom Socialist Party, Party for Socialism and Liberation. And a lot of people in that party seem to be under the impression it's a Marxist-Leninist party. PSL is a splinter off of the Workers' World Party, which is a Marxist party. It's an offshoot of U.S. Trotskyism. Now, I know a lot of people say that PSL is more kind of, mainline Marxist-Leninist. Again, the issue for me there is the upholding of socialism with Chinese characteristics. Very uncritical Chinese social imperialism, in my view. I'm frequently unimpressed with the things that I hear people from PSL say. I don't agree with them. I don't think they're doing Marxism-Leninism correctly. I think they're revisionist. And I did a video on that back in the fall. Socialist Alternative, Socialist Equality Party, Socialist Action, Socialist Workers' Party, and again, Workers' World Party. Now, all these parties have contributed something good at some point. Like, we're reading, I actually need to do another installment, got involved in a lot of other things, from Lavender and Red by Leslie Feinberg, who is associated with Workers' World Party. That's a great book. The organization is Marxist, so you're going to get Marxist takes on things, and there you have it. The next tier is things I guess I really don't look so highly on. So the APSP, this is Uhuru, and I put them in the same category as PCUSA. PCUSA being a splinter group off of CPUSA in, I think, like 2015 or so, 2016. And they purported to be anti-revisionist, but then quickly just became like a Nazbol Duganist party, kind of like a forerunner to today's A, quote, CP. And not a lot good to say. What's the issue with Uhuru? They had a whole kerfuffle a few years ago about, they got a little bit too involved in like advocating for Russia. And basically they were accused by the government of doing something you're not allowed to do, which anybody running a political party in the U.S. should be aware of. Your legal team should definitely apprise you of the fact that you cannot act as an unregistered foreign agent as a political party, which the U.S. government, and I actually did read the court papers on this, I thought had a decent case that with the money that they were taking from Russian sources, they had crossed a line that I'm kind of surprised their lawyer didn't recommend that they not cross. Anyway, it's another one of these like opportunist Russia is doing nothing wrong in the Ukraine war kind of things that personally I think this is kind of bottom of the barrel stuff. So that's that group. And then that one at the bottom, I don't know what it is. So our task is to reconstitute the Communist Party in the United States. Which one? Which one of these things are you going to pick to do that? And it could be that one of these parties does get, turned into the vehicle. I would not even hazard a guess as to which one. Attempts at trying to reform CPUSA, even recently, at last year's national convention, went nowhere. Like, the revisionism is just deeply entrenched there. Okay. I mean, what else do you want to do at that point? I've taken more of a hands-off approach. These parties were all formed without my input. I see a lot of things in many of them that are not necessarily I would personally get that close to. So yeah, the question becomes, how do you pick which one you're going to reconstitute? Or, like I was saying, I'm taking a different strategy. I'm just teaching the general public Marxism-Leninism and seeing if they can find each other and form a new thing. So you may differ, or again, I know people involved in most of these groups that are carrying in what they learn at the channel from the readings into those groups. Well, then even though I haven't endorsed one of those groups, I'm still helping the odds of that group becoming less shitty and becoming the vanguard party or one of the parties that merges into some sort of communist unity party. Either way, it works from the way I look at it. And this isn't even a complete list of all the socialist and communist and left groups out there. This is just some of the I didn't even put this together. This is put together, I think, by Communist Polls on Twitter on the Tier Maker app. I just thought it was like convenient for the sake of this thing. What would you do? I guess that's my question. I think I've explained my strategy exhaustively at this point. What do you think? I'm at a point with it where it's just like I've explained this to my satisfaction. I think anybody trying to understand this in good faith probably shouldn't have an issue understanding at least what I'm saying. And if you disagree with it, that's fine. And I will, I take the feedback, and if I find it compelling, I incorporate it. But this is what I came up with as somebody trying to have maximum impact, to do the most good here, to have the most benefit. This is what I came up with. Let's go back to the chat. That's what I had to say on this topic. I think the most value to be had from the YouTube leftists tends to be introducing you to leftism once you're class conscious and ready to take it seriously. They all seem to have problems of one kind or another. Yeah, most of them aren't really studying. That's why I try to ground this channel in the audiobooks. We do streams, we do other things, but try to ground it in the readings. I don't see a lot of other people doing that. The best thing YouTube leftists can do is to tell their audience to get involved in the struggle. S4A is one of the only people on YouTube that consistently reminds people to do that. I think YouTube leftists are good for letting people know there is a struggle taking place at all, period. Then they have to get educated and start taking part. Once you understand the basics, it feels like BreadTube doesn't offer a ton. Yeah, I would agree with that. I saw an 8-hour plus stream for On Strike with Chris Hedges and Jill Stein and Kashama Sawant. Yeah, I'm not big fans of any of those three, but they are certainly fixtures on the landscape. I think the Green Party should be able to cough up better than Jill Stein. I think she's more in that the right wing of the Greens, that kind of more libertarian adjacent realm. The Green Party does have internal democracy. They have a real primary. It's just none of the other candidates were that much better, I think. And again, I think that in turn is a product of we don't have a major struggle generating left leaders. It's a lot of academics and, talking heads. But, once we get major strikes going on, then you'll get the people who led those strikes becoming socialist leaders. That was Eugene Debs' trajectory. He was a leader of major strikes in the late 19th century. He got sent to jail for one of those strikes. In jail, he started reading Marx and became a socialist. And he became an American Bolshevik. So while the struggle is still weak, it's going to be people more like that. That's my point. Practical experience is harder to come by than theoretical knowledge. I definitely agree with your approach of engaging in general and studying on the side. I think that practical experience and theoretical knowledge go hand in hand, and that's why it's so important to do both. It is easy on the one hand to do lots of reading and never get involved in anything, and you might have a good, more abstract grasp of the history, but the more struggle you've engaged in, the more when you read that history, because people should understand Marxist theory isn't just abstract. Marxist theory is rooted in history. I mean, like any science, we experiment, and our experiments are in the science of revolution. So the experiment is mass movements and social change and party building and things like that. So those are the experiments in the science of Marxism. And we see how different ones play out. And when it succeeds, we try to understand why it succeeded. And when it fails, we try to understand why it failed. That's why there's all this quote unquote infighting, which a lot of people just don't understand. Struggling for correct ideas and analysis is not just infighting. It's not just pointless infighting. It's a scientific discussion. We try to keep some amount of decorum for the people who are taking it seriously, but there are different schools of thought, and we haven't seen a major revolution in a long time either, in part because the USSR went social imperialist and then got destroyed, and China, around the same time, late 20th century, started tapering off their funding for national liberation and socialist revolutionary movements in favor of what? Attracting international investment and trying to join the World Trade Organization. Those were their priorities. So had, the major socialist powers stayed on the socialist road, we might be living in a really different world right now. For various reasons, that did not happen, and we're living in the world that we are now, where radical left secular anti-capitalism has largely dried up and doesn't have funding from any major source. The socialist camp, in other words, is not what it was. The USSR was a headquarters for revolution and gave material aid and founded the Comintern, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're not seeing that in the same way today. And that's another thing people really need to understand about China today. Why is it, for example, that, and I say this rhetorically to imply that they're not afraid of China. I don't think that they are. I mean, the imperialists, advanced monopoly capitalists, I don't think they're afraid of, they may be afraid of China as a competitor, but they're not afraid of China as a socialist power per se, in the way they were afraid of the USSR. They were afraid of a semi-socialist Europe. I mean, part of Europe becoming socialist, and then unfortunately most of that was revisionist-led countries, but they were afraid of that, and it gave them the impetus to at least make a show of trying to protect workers' rights. It put political pressure on them. They don't seem to be responding to China in the same way. I don't think they're afraid of China the way that they were afraid of the USSR when they were afraid of the USSR. So, another thing to chew on for folks struggling with the China situation. But anyway, theoretical knowledge and practical experience should go hand in hand. The more practical experience you have, the more you'll be able to relate to the theoretical and historical statements. And the more of that reading you do, then when you get to go into a practical situation where it's the struggle in the area where you live that you're getting involved in, the more historical knowledge and examples you have to draw from about what worked and what didn't in a situation that was somewhat similar that you can maybe adjust and compensate for. We study that stuff because it's like chemistry, where if you want to call yourself a chemist, you got to study some chemistry theory. You don't just start wildly slinging chemicals together. Same thing in the science of revolution. It's been refreshing to read some Maoist material that doesn't frame the U.S. as totally lost to settler colonialism and that combats the whole Jay Sakai line. Yeah. I get those comments sometimes that are so utterly negative about the U.S. And look, we have to keep trying to spread proletarian internationalist ideology here. I don't think those comments help. Constructive criticism helps, obviously. I don't think that that's constructive criticism, a lot of what I see. And we'll just leave it there for right now. The housing crisis is so real. Me and my partner are both living paycheck to paycheck because rent is so expensive, especially because it's hard to find a halfway decent job being younger. There are entire swaths of the U.S. that are completely unaffordable for housing. It's a complete crisis. We're in what they call the everything bubble, and they're doing everything they can do to avoid that popping. Trump is putting pressure on the Fed chair to lower interest rates. That would make inflation go even worse than it already is. We're living in a crisis of affordability right now. As a PA resident, that's Pennsylvania for our international friends, I can only vote Republican, Democrat, or Green. I will never vote Republican or Democrat ever again. My vote still counts, just not to the mainstream parties. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It's for now, it's a protest vote, and as I always say, we organize to organize. You organize to have independent class strength. Okay, you cannot organize within the Democratic Party and gain any independent class strength. It's a 1% imperialist party. That's who owns that party and doesn't have internal democracy. Even on the county level, there's just not democracy in that party. We organize to organize. The whole election thing is mostly to advertise our existence, but that's less than 5%, 5-10% of your effort is electoralism, and it's mostly for advertising purposes. And some people even debate whether it's effective for advertising because it kind of confuses people about, running in the election sort of validates them and it gets people thinking about winning the elections. I mean, the point of running as a socialist in capitalist elections is not to win, it's to disrupt. It's to put ideas on the table to try to break through. And even then, every election you see the Democratic Party suing to get the Green Party off the ballot in at least 2 or 3 states. That happens every time. That's how suppressed even something like the Green Party is in the United States. Believe me, a lot more Green Party members get it than you would think. They may not be communists. They may even be, at this stage, anti-communist. But you know what? I was anti-communist at one point, too. Then I got it. You got to treat these people as potential allies down the line, that there's at least that possibility. The lack of struggle, given the environment we are in, is lame. Absolutely. And we got to, I think, probe into the reasons. What is paralyzing people? I think fear is a huge part of it. I mean, there's a genuinely scary police state. So, that's part of it. My DSA chapter has an education working group reading Marx. We have labor working groups that have unionized Starbucks and attend strikes often. Are there libs? Yeah, lots. But there are Marxists or potential Marxists. Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. There's a left wing and a right wing in DSA. And even if at some point, and I'm not saying that this is the best thing to do, but even if at some point, given that it continues to grow, the left wing were to split off of DSA, and again, I'm not advocating for that, but I'm just saying if that happened, That would be like the largest socialist organization in the country, even part of DSA. You know what I mean? So keep building. We don't know how this ends yet. We don't know specifically exactly what path it's going to take. I'm a Green who's here to learn more about socialism. I've learned a lot from your channel. Welcome, and we're glad you're here. There's so much going on in everyone's area, they just don't know about it. It takes time for water to flow down the river. So I'm telling people, get out there, show up to meetings, show up to events, shake a few hands, say you're there to learn, and listen when they announce different upcoming events and campaigns. See what you can get involved with, that works with your existing skills and that can help expand your skills. Meet people, that's what it takes. Lenin's The State and Revolution was a paradigm shift for me. Yeah, I had that as the pinned audiobook for like years because I thought that if people were going to just listen to one book, that was probably the most impactful. I have some other stuff pinned now, and I've pinned other things in the meantime, but State and Revolution is a key one, and it is in that basic Marxism-Leninism study guide playlist. Black Redguard, another YouTuber, and I guess he's very popular on Twitter now. I can't use Twitter anymore because of the Elon Musk thing, plus it's just like, fascist bots for the most part, but Black Redguard is in DSA. He's trying to form a Marxist-Leninist-Maoist caucus in his branch. Yeah, I made a community post about that a while ago because I saw that he had posted, why should a Maoist be involved in DSA? It's because it's where the action is, where people are actually doing some things. That's what I'm telling people, is like, you got to get out there and try to apply what you know as a Marxist in the organization. Like, be smart about it, and persuasive. Like, don't be an idiot about it. Don't be obnoxious about it. But get in there and try to build a reputation and try to apply stuff that you can, because it's just correct, And if you're grounded in theory and you've done the study and you know the history, argue for when a vote comes up in your organization and there might be a chance for people to speak pro or con before the vote is cast, make a case for it. And people who, the reason that I'm a communist today, I was sincerely interested in why is society so fucked up? Why are there wars? Why do we seem to be on the brink of fascism, etc.? I wanted real answers to that, and I went to a lot of different places, and I got bits and pieces. I got a little bit from the sort of green anti-war kind of thing. I got a little bit from the conspiracy space. I got some things from the ANCOMs. And eventually I started reading Marxism-Leninism, and it blew away everything else. It put together all the pieces that I had gathered before, and then it added like another 75%. I'm a communist today because it has explanatory power I have not found anywhere else, and I've looked at a lot of other places. And I think it is compelling when you present it to people intelligently. People want explanations for, people who care want explanations for why things are happening and how maybe to change them. And to me, communism explains everything that's happening way better than anything else I've encountered. And I do think it has a real capacity to win people over. So just, do thoughtful presentations of it, and I think it is very persuasive. I live in Florida. It's honestly depressing seeing the level of reactionary attitudes in people, so I felt re-energized when I saw that there are local DSA chapters near me actively organizing and involving themselves in the community. And like I say, it's going to vary from place to place because there's a lot of local control. Some branches are going to be more Marxist. Some branches are going to be more liberal. Just try to apply as much of correct positions as you can using the vote and voice that you have within the organization. That's about the most we can do for now. CPUSA's statement about the embassy shooting literally said, quote, "Nonviolent resistance is the most effective form of struggle." What can you say? What can you say? I'll be honest, I don't know who all but like five of those communist parties you showed on that list are. And one of them I do know is the Peace USA cult of Angelo D'Angelo. Yep, we've covered that a number of times here on the channel. And I liked what ACB was putting out, the American Council of Bolsheviks. And we read in live streams some of their articles, and I was friendly with some of those people. And then Angelo D'Angelo's group started suing them for, quote, slandering Peace USA because they were a splinter group. They had broken away, not amicably, from Peace USA. And then they sued them for like hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then they put up a fight, but they shut down. So there you go. RCA is a notable newspaper business. Sorry, I mean Trotskyist, quote, party. Yeah, so the RCA, Revolutionary Communists of America, are a newer Trotskyite group. Although, are they really new? That's why they weren't on the list. They're a rebranding of IMT, International Marxist Tendency, following a poorly resolved sexual assault scandal in IMT, I understand. Read an article about that at Cosmonaut. So RCA is not really new. They're a rebranding of IMT and still, connected with groups that have been existing the whole time. But again, Trotskyist. It's not worth guessing this early in the game. You mean which party is going to cross the finish line? I couldn't agree more. I think the U.S. left is kind of inchoate. It's not fully formed. It's vapory. It's still like forming and reforming. And the other point that none of these groups have major ties to the labor movement, which also isn't very strong. I mean, that tells you more who is the vanguard, is like who not just has correct positions, but has the actual working ties with the labor movement. That's key. I'm currently working with a group called Dare to Struggle instead of trying to join one of these communist parties. They basically follow the Maoist principle of integration with the masses, but it's not specifically a communist organization. Interesting, I've not heard of them. Oh, I don't know if I mentioned, but RCA, they formed recently, and I think that list I was using was from 2023. Not sure I finished that thought, but that's what I was trying to say. So yeah, also important, acknowledging the climate collapse and how to address that in relation to the other issues that have contributed to it, and concluding that capitalism is the issue. That's one of the problems. In fact, 90% of the leftists in Europe and the US are broad-leaved or Trotskyist Mensheviks. They have long been under the control of the security services. It seems that they say, gather around us, leftists, and then they promote the idea of cooperation with the government and the fact that revolution is not necessary. Yeah, you're also not a chemist just because you read a chemistry textbook hand in hand. Exactly. That's why you take a lab course alongside your lecture course. It's the same thing, exactly. And Marxism as the science of revolution, what are our experiments? What is the laboratory? It's mass movements and revolution and party building and waging struggles. So, yeah, that's the lab portion of your course. Living in CT, it's Connecticut for people outside the U.S. I can tell you I have a good job. I work in a factory. I make $22 an hour. I still can only just barely pay my rent. That's what it's like living in the U.S. today. So just talking about the influence of law enforcement on suppressing left party formation and correct line building within the parties. That's what they did in the Cold War. The entire CIA is built solely to destroy communism to win the Cold War. As in the NATO countries, that's an alliance that was created literally against the left, and in which Operation Gladio, which we had 3 videos about on the channel, was conducted. And that was, for people who don't know Operation Gladio, this was a stay-behind network of fascists after World War II. Not all the fascists died in World War II. Some of them were recruited by the OSS, the predecessor to CIA, which then got folded into like NATO intelligence. But they had these fascists left over from the war, and they basically made these quote-unquote stay-behind networks of like fascist terrorist cells, complete with like weapons caches stashed across the country in the event of a Soviet invasion of like Italy or, further west in Europe, that they would activate these fascist terror cells because they're reliable anti-communists. So That is something that the CIA and NATO intelligence did. So yeah, I mean, there's extreme anti-communist organizing for sure, and you better believe that they're in the parties. They can allow the existence, at least at some level. They subjugated the Trotskyists and the discontented with Stalin, calling them the correct kind of leftists and putting them in opposition to the USSR. With the collapse of the USSR, or I usually say destruction of the USSR, because it did not just spontaneously internally collapse, we still have these correct leftists or favored leftists by the capitalists who in fact pose no threat to the government. Therefore, there is no struggle against them. On the contrary, they're cooperating with intelligence in an attempt to capture more people who are really determined to do something and then brainwash them into being passive or to taking like a terminally incorrect line that is never going to result in productive struggle and revolution. I agree. That shouldn't be, I don't want people to be over paranoid, but I mean, if you're not at least paranoid to some level about police infiltration in a communist movement, you are not being vigilant enough. We don't want to be accusing everybody of being a Fed, but at the same time, you got to know that they're out there, and it could be anybody. Just be aware of that. Be aware of that as you go forward. When I quote unquote woke up, gained some consciousness, and realized I was being exploited, I thought I was the center of a conspiracy. Well, I mean, it is. It's the general conspiracy of the capitalist class to exploit the rest of the population for profit. I mean, that's valid. They uphold that using all kinds of schemes and violence. So, yeah, it is class struggle. I think a lot of the people, in the quote unquote conspiracy research are this close to getting it. The problem is the conspiracy stuff, the hallmark of it is that it spins it all into this anti-communist, very right-wing, basically fascist mentality. So, yeah. I mean, I think that also speaks to the fact that people respond in that way to developing class consciousness, that it's all this like kind of personal conspiracy out to get you. It speaks to the fact of, that egoism and the petty bourgeois consciousness that gets instilled in us, that we take it that way, that it's like it's about us and, you're suddenly Neo in the Matrix. Not quite. I'd say to people now, we've discussed meditation before, and the sort of getting beyond your ego is definitely a part of that. I'll tell you now that the advanced stages from a materialist perspective of going beyond your own ego and transcending your ego is developing a historical consciousness, seeing yourself, going beyond just your personal ego, your personal family, all of that stuff, but seeing yourself in a historical context. And I think that is a lot of that proletarian internationalist consciousness, that you are, you were born at a particular time in the history of our species and the planet and the class struggle. You're born into a period of time in human history called class society, which is most of human history. We've not lived in what we call class society. In fact, we're close to the end of class society now. So we're living at a very interesting time. It's not because of anything you did or because, your soul or whatever, at least not in any way that we can prove. But we live in very intense times, very unusual times. I mean, the technology we have is completely exceptional compared to most periods of life on this planet. So very, very unusual times. Enjoy that for what it's worth. But the point is stepping back from your ego and seeing yourself as part of forces of history. I think that is where you go, as far as ego transcendence, is developing that historical consciousness. And that's what I see a lot with liberals who really, we need to do something right now, and we need all this fixed right now, and we need, what about me, and what about my property and my investments and this and that. And it's like, we are on this planet, which there's historical forces playing out. It's like, being dropped off in the ocean and just expecting you can command all the waves by force of will. You just simply can't. What you can do is organize people in a way that ride those waves, and it's understanding and channeling historical forces. And that ultimately, to me, is where the transcendence of the ego goes, is into seeing yourself as part of history, not just as some super important individual, but I mean, you still are who you are, and you still have to survive as an individual, or you cease surviving, and ultimately it's you who's really looking out for that. But developing that perspective of, there's a level of it where you develop a perspective of yourself over your lifespan. And then there's the perspective, I think, even far, further removed from that, of seeing yourself really in more historical, intergenerational, as kind of a speck on the map. Then you zoom back into, you are the, close up of the speck that is you in the map of history, and get together with a lot of other specks, and suddenly you start showing up on when you're scaled out to that historical perspective. You can't see an individual speck, but you can see a million specks put together. And that's really more what we're trying to do, get beyond that individualism. For me, whatever it was, reading Capital did it. That particular text allowed me to articulate what I had felt about the state of things and what was wrong. Yeah, it's, different texts are just going to hit people differently. And the more you read, the more you're going to find the ones that speak to you. I definitely read texts all the time that just don't do much for me, and they're kind of boring. You got to read those to find the ones that you do like. And you never know when there's going to be kind of a gem in an otherwise dull reading. So, you just got to keep it up. Labor aristocracy is important to point out. It's been a major factor of not just fascism, but America's building and implementation of it early on and from the New Deal. Yeah, so that kind of the labor unions, where it's about the privileged white male breadwinner and fair day's wage for a fair day's work, and that sort of social chauvinist, non-internationalist kind of perspective. There's a good example of that in something we're going to be looking at coming up, which is a documentary called Death by China from 2012, which was made by the guy who's currently Trump's tariff czar. He's an anti-China zealot. And Richard Trumka, major labor leader in the U.S., is interviewed in there saying all kinds of anti-China stuff. And it's like labor aristocracy to a T, if anybody wants some examples of that. So going back to the person commenting on the sort of law enforcement, anti-communist, the anti-communist communist movement developed by NATO and CIA, these are all the parties of the Mensheviks. They're not capable of taking power or carrying out a revolution. At most, they will cooperate with the state and promote their own interests. In fact, a full-fledged party can only arise in the modern world if a revolutionary situation develops. Honestly, that's probably closest to my position of, a comment on this topic that I've seen. That's why what I'm trying to do at this point, put the knowledge directly into people's hands as much as possible, encourage you all to all network with each other. And then when the next time shit pops off, we'll have some actually informed people out there. It seems to me like it's going to take a lot more time in the fire to forge an actually communist left. So I'm trying to put as much material out there to help people to be ready for that. I don't know that I can do much more, Being a Native American, growing up with Native Hawaiians, learning about the similarities of our struggles opened my eyes, The French working class was inches away from overthrowing the government in 2019. Macron fled to the presidential nuclear bunker. He had a helicopter ready to escape the country. Okay, first of all, citation needed. Maybe that happened, but, Macron, but I didn't see that. That's the first I'm hearing of it. Second of all, you have to ask yourself, was the working class really ready to take power and end capitalism and wage that struggle? I think that's, I know you're arguing against the other person in the comments, but I think that's what you really got to ask yourself. Getting real tired of, quote, we have a tanky problem as a position. Be a communist and be proud of it. Absolutely. What was the deal with FRSO? They're Dungist. So we got, somebody asks, Unfortunately, a leftist revolution is impossible in the NATO countries. Even if it does happen, it will be instantly suppressed. They just won't let it happen. First, at least you need to withdraw from NATO, or having other people's bases with troops would not be on your territories. Roughly speaking, it is necessary to start a national liberation movement from the United States in general. I mean, fair point. The United States has bases in a lot of these countries. What do you think that's going to turn into during a revolutionary situation? So somebody says, I think they said, you're delusional if you think this isn't wrecking. I mean, I kind of agree with them. You know, I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I think people are in for a rude awakening if you're underestimating the plans that the anti-communists have been making. Let me put that out there. Going beyond my ego helped me resolve shame regarding being single. I don't need to have my own genetically related kid when the next generation as a collective is who we collectively are trying to raise. I think that that's a perspective I've heard from a lot of people who have not decided to have children for one reason or another, is that it doesn't need to be their genes passed on. Even if you don't have a child yourself, you can still be a role model and, you know, play a part in raising other kids. Obviously, the nuclear family is not really cutting it. You know, kids really need a lot of support from adults, and it's important. You can volunteer in different ways and create programs that kids can take part in. And developing class consciousness made me immune to all the various guilt trips that libs subject themselves to. Instead of guilt and powerlessness, my wife and I now feel a sense of responsibility and a pathway to actually do something about it all. Yeah, it's a whole shift in the way you're looking at history and your relationship to it. All right, thank you for that citation on the Macron thing. These are pro-government leftists who work for intelligence. The simplest example of why Mélenchon is exactly like that. We had a popular left-wing blogger who was also very much a, quote, revolutionary. However, later, due to circumstances, he left the country, and as it turned out, Mélenchon took him under Macron's protectorate. As a result, it turns out that his task was to unite the left so that they would begin propaganda for the collapse of the state. Naturally, he was not supported. Now he's sitting with the liberals and telling them how wrong he really was and how disappointed he was with the left. Yeah, another good point. I would say anti-communists are about 1,000 times more prepared for a revolution than any of us are right now. I'll second that. And that's not to say nothing can be done. That's to say we have to get a lot more prepared. Absolutely. There's literally the fact of Mélenchon's cooperation with Macron and the intelligence services of France or other countries with the help of the left to destabilize the situation inside the country, and not at all for a revolution, but just for so the capitalists can create some chaos and then reassert their order. It's not something that would favor the people that they'd be creating. So fair point, and I think that this is something that you know, there's a lot of doom and gloom. People do need the revolutionary optimism of knowing that the organizing can be done, the perspective can be gained, and we can ready ourselves much better to make advances. But we do have to, it is a bit staggering what we're up against. And you see, like particularly in the conspiracy thing that I mentioned before, a lot of those people are so demoralized because, you know, they listen to Alex Jones talking about how impenetrable the police state is and this and that. And yeah, they got a lot of bad stuff. We still can beat them, though, if we get organized enough, because there's still way more of us than there are of them. But again, that organizing is like nowhere near where it needs to be right now, and we need to stay with that. All right. So let's go on to our next section for the stream. And I'm going to do, speaking of the right wing, I'm going to do a couple of grab bag things, and then we're going to go into Peter Navarro, Trump's tariff advisor. So we got, first of all, an amusing Elon Musk quote. There we go. So this is from a recent interview. Elon Musk saying, and so this is in reference to building spaceships to Mars. We're building the equivalent of the Union Pacific Railroad and the train. So once you have the transportation system to Mars, then there's a vast set of opportunities that open up to do anything on the surface of Mars, which includes, you know, doing everything from building a semiconductor fab to a pizza joint. Basically, building a civilization. Wait till you hear the comparison he makes. So we want to solve the transportation problem, and that can enable philanthropists and entrepreneurs to do things on Mars, which is everything needed for civilization. Please take all the philanthropists and all the entrepreneurs and send them to fucking Mars. He really thinks like that's how quote unquote civilization happens. You just need some philanthropists, you need some rich guys, you need some businessmen, boom, civilization. That's funny. But anyway, here's the comparison. Look at, say, California. There were very few people in California until the Union Pacific was completed, and then California became the most populous state in the nation. And look at Silicon Valley and Hollywood and everything. Quote, civilization. So that's our goal. We want to get people there, and if we can get people there, then there's a literal world of opportunity. So, number one, California actually had a sizable population before the colonists moved in and murdered them. So there's that. But he's basically saying that Mars and California is one of the most habitable places on the planet for the human organism. And the foods that we like to eat, you know, which are all part of the same thing, because there's not, you know, you can only go a few days or whatever, a few weeks maybe without eating. For us, you know, what's habitable, where we're comfortable, and where we can get the food that we need and all that kind of stuff. California is great for that for the most part. Mars, not so much. So yeah, in California, if you wanted to build in California, it kind of is just a matter of getting the people there. Mars, it's not just a matter of getting the people there. But this is the kind of stable genius that you've got. I just thought that that was like incredibly amusing because this guy's credibility, it's amazing anybody ever thought this guy was smart. And anyway, kind of coming off of that, we see a skeet from Dr. Abeba Berhane. Well, this is what Silicon Valley is cooking up, a device that's always on. So when a user goes about their life, talking to people, everyone who comes within a certain capture radius will have their data, raw and natural conversation data, enrolled. And you can see that section there, The Ultimate AI Device by Sam Altman. So there's been speculation about this for a while. What is OpenAI, that Sam Altman is the CEO of, ultimately working on? And they've been marketing some of this stuff recently, like some sneak peek prototype stuff about something called I/O. And they're like, it's not something you can wear, and it's not this, and it's not Google glasses. It's something, though. Is it me? No, okay, not a fan of George Orwell. George Orwell, for people who don't know, reported communists to the British government, despite his quote-unquote anti-authoritarian stance. I guess he thought that the British government was somehow better than the, quote, evil Stalinists. But in 1984, they had that thing called the Telescreen. That was like how they did the surveillance. But the thing about the Telescreen, it was illegal to turn it off, and you know, you had to be like standing in front of it all the time. Every time I've ever looked at smartphones, that's all I can think about is the Telescreen from 1984. And now they're just trying to deploy more and more of them with like onboard AI. So it's like a snitch in your pocket that you carry with you everywhere, like an AI snitch that's listening to everything you say and just basically coming up with better ways to exploit you, to advertise, to sell to you constantly. So I don't know how popular that's going to be. Smartphones are popular because they have actual benefits, like their telephone and email and the internet and texting and everything, maps, everything else you can possibly think of in one convenient, easy to carry device. Not really sure what the selling point is going to be here. As with AI in general, it's like useful for computer scientists. It's useful for students to cheat on their homework. And beyond that, it's kind of crap. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there as well. Wanted to mention, we were talking about the housing crisis earlier. And there's an interesting statistic that came up, which, so this is from CNBC, Make It. The average age of U.S. homebuyers jumps to 56. Homes are, quote, wildly unaffordable for young people, real estate expert says. So basically, about 45 years ago, in the early 80s, The average homebuyer age was 31. 31 was 31. And now it's 56. So it's not you. It's structural. It is the environment. For the sake of time, I'm not going to read further into this article, but I'll link to it in the video description if you want to read that. But again, it's not you. And if we want to look at housing prices, here is the Case-Shiller National Home Price Index. And you can see right in the middle of the chart, the gray areas are recessions. So economic contraction, layoffs, all that stuff. You can see right in the middle the big bubble that developed in the mid-2000s. So the prices keep rising they're flat in the 90s, right? And then they start climbing in the late 90s up to 2006. And then they're basically at their peak. And that's the mid-2000s housing bubble where things were wildly overpriced. Because if you look, there's the bubble, the hump in the line. If you took that late 90s curve and extended it, if you connected basically the 2012 point and the 2000 point, you'd pretty much get like a straight, trajectory without that big bubble in there. So that's really what it kind of should have been the whole time. But instead, we got this huge bubble. And wouldn't you know it, we're in another gigantic bubble now. Housing is a huge part of that bubble. It's not you. It's a crisis, and nobody is doing a fucking thing about it in either of the imperialist parties. I think that the most that Biden and Harris did, they gave like some minor like $10,000 tax credit for like home buyers. Come on. It's just insignificant. That's not the problem. We need to make private landlording illegal. That would be an excellent step. And put a cap of maximum 2 residences anybody can own. And again, you can't rent it out. It has to be for personal use in those situations where it makes sense for people to have 2 residences for some reason. You would immediately be able to solve all of the homelessness and housing insecurity in this entire country. But instead, housing just treated like any other commodity to just be traded, rather than a basic need that you can't just withhold from people. So anyway, that's why the no young people can afford it, and the average home buyer price is or age is 56 right now. I had a really interesting comment about on the Bernie Sanders thing and sort of the breakdown of the Democratic Party that I was doing. Somebody asked, why don't you do a breakdown of the Republican Party the same way? And my response to that is kind of just like, why bother? Like, do you really think the Republican Party is progressive in some way? The whole reason we're breaking down the Bernie Sanders Democratic Party thing is because people have false hope that we need to tear them away from in that party, that they're somehow going to really fight for people someday if we just get the right combination of people in there. No, you're never going to do that. The party's been around since 1828. That's not really what they're there to do. But if you want more of a breakdown on the Republican Party, here's your Republican Spotlight of the Week. Remember Denny Hastert? So here's your headline. Former GOP House Speaker reaches settlement for molesting teen boy. This is from 2021. Disgraced Republican Dennis Hastert, who, again, was the House Speaker at one point, is out of prison, but he's still on the hook for the hush money that he promised to pay the victim. Let's read through this one. I don't think it's too long. Disgraced former U.S. House Speaker from Illinois, Dennis Hastert, has reached a tentative settlement with the man he allegedly molested years ago when the man was a teenage student and Hastert was his coach. Hastert had promised to pay the man hush money and paid almost $1.5 million before the payments caught the attention of federal law enforcement. Now he's on the hook for the rest, almost $2 million more. The victim, identified only as John Doe in the court filing, sued for breach of contract in a civil lawsuit. Hastert asserted that the contract was broken when Doe spoke about it. That's hilarious. Hastert reportedly paid the man in $50,000 increments to avoid detection by federal authorities for violating financial regulations meant to prevent money laundering and terrorism. Withdrawals larger than that amount are immediately flagged for security reasons. After several payments that just skirted the limit, Hastert's bank tipped off the FBI, launching an investigation that eventually unraveled the truth. Hastert pled guilty in 2015 to breaking banking laws and served 15 months in prison. At sentencing, the judge called him a, quote, serial molester who abused boys while working as a wrestling coach. Hastert was a little-known lawmaker from suburban Chicago. When chosen to succeed conservative Representative Newt Gingrich, Republican from Georgia, as Speaker of the House, Hastert was picked after favored Bob Livingston, Republican from Louisiana, resigned after he admitted to several sexual affairs. In all, 4 men made credible accusations of abuse against Hastert. So, anyway, there's your Republican Party that's so obsessed with groomers and molesters and everything else. Just mention Dennis Hastert the next time that comes up. And you gotta wonder, he was a little-known lawmaker from suburban Chicago, and then he's picked to be Gingrich's successor. Interesting. I wonder if that's because the party was holding this over his head. And they're probably doing that with a lot of them. All right, so moving on now to some other stuff. Building up to our discussion of Peter Navarro and the tariffs, let's talk about the Fed. They've had interest rates high for a while, and it's actually really been a while. Economy still hasn't broken yet. The bubble still hasn't quite popped. We've seen the markets shaken, but not to its core. And I don't know when that's going to happen, but it's got to happen sometime because prices have to come down. Now, what we would really want to see here is a labor movement agitating for wage increases. You're never in capitalism really going to be able to have wages keep up with prices. There's still going to be recessions. There's still going to be that enforced scarcity and the austerity, but struggle to keep wages increasing with prices is what you need. You need a labor movement strong enough to put its foot down and at least, keep some kind of pace with that. It'll never be perfect, but better pace would be, well, better. The bubble is staying there. It's looking like we're going into some kind of a stagflation situation where you get economic stagnation and layoffs and hallmarks of a recession, but with still not the prices dropping. So there's still inflation, which is just price increases. Anyway, Trump met with Powell today, and this is Powell's statement. At the president's invitation, Chair Powell met with the president today at the White House to discuss economic developments, including for growth, employment, and inflation. Chair Powell did not discuss his expectations for monetary policy, except to stress that the path of policy will depend entirely on incoming economic information and what that means for the outlook. Finally, Chair Powell said that he and his colleagues on the FOMC will set monetary policy as required by law to support maximum employment and stable prices, and will make those decisions based solely on careful, objective, and non-political analysis. So saw a lot of liberals saying, basically he told Trump to fuck off, and he kind of did, but that doesn't mean that Powell's like on your side as a working person, because they say maximum employment. What the hell does that mean? So 0 unemployment? No, they deliberately maintain some amount of unemployment. Why do they do that? We can turn to Marx, concept of the reserve army of labor. Basically, capitalists keep a certain amount of unemployment going because it helps to weaken, it creates downward wage pressure and weakens the working class. In a socialist society, there's no incentive to have unemployment at all. You need to get production up, and you don't, it's a worker-run society. Why would workers make themselves unemployed? It makes no sense. That's a feature of capitalism. So they support maximum employment, or at least the maximum amount that capitalists will allow, because they need some amount of unemployment, and stable prices. You call this fucking stable prices? Wild. But anyway, Trump has been putting pressure on Powell, who is a Trump appointee, to cut rates now, make easy money flow again. Powell's like, if I do that, inflation is going to get out of control. Trump doesn't care. So anyway, that's how that went today. And speaking of Trump and the economy, let's talk about the tariffs. So I saw this last night. Court says Trump doesn't have the authority to set tariffs. Now, somebody just said in the chat that Trump won the appeal. Hard to keep up. It's just been whipsawing back and forth. So I'm looking at a Reuters article. Wall Street ends up with NVIDIA. Appeals court reinstates Trump tariffs. Reuters by Caroline Velikevich. So what does it say? Some guy says Trump has already rolled back most of these tariffs anyway. That's not true at all. Because what the ruling was saying was that he couldn't institute any tariffs under the emergency order that he was trying to claim. Oh, the appeals court ruling. Here we go. All right, here's a better article. Reuters, Trump's tariffs to remain in effect after appeals court grants a stay. That's from today, May 29. Appeals court pauses lower court's ruling on Trump's tariffs. Trade court had ruled that Trump exceeded his authority under the IEEPA. Uncertainty over tariffs impact trade talks and market reactions. So if you've been having trouble keeping up with the tariffs discussion, you're not alone. It's been back and forth. First there was going to be 145% tariffs on China. Then there's going to be 30% tariffs on China. Then the court was like, you can't impose any tariffs. And then Trump was also talking about doing 50%. This was just last week or even earlier this week. I can't even remember. Trump was talking about doing 50% tariffs on the EU, which anybody referring to this as negotiating needs to undergo like cult deprogramming, because honestly, there's no rhyme or reason to it, really. And then the Trump toady inner circle is just talking about, the guy's a master negotiator. He always gets the deal done, blah, blah, blah. I mean, what's happened for now is with China in particular, the rest of the world was going to get a 10% tariff and then China a 30% tariff, 145%. But that got scaled back to China getting a 30% tariff, which is a significant increase. Basically, in 2018, the tariff was like 3.5%, something like that. And then Trump raised it to like 10%, 12%. Then it went up to 21%, 19%. And it stayed there under Biden. So, we had gone in the span of like a few years to from like 3% to 20%. And then Trump was talking about raising it to like 145% and then backed off. But now it's 30%, which is more, than the 20% that it had been for a number of years. Where is all this coming from? One aspect of the story that I think has been underreported is the role of the influence of this guy, Peter Navarro. And he's the subject of our discussion for today because I think in understanding what is going on with Trump at more of an immediate level within the cabinet, the plans of the capitalist class overall notwithstanding, this is the guy who is Trump's tariff guru, as the article says. So this is an article, how Peter Navarro went from Democrat to inmate to Trump's tariff guru. It's a wild story. This guy is one of the most twisted and bizarre figures, I think, of recent politics. He comes off to me as like Willie Loman as played by Bryan Cranston. A bizarre figure, and we're going to watch some video of him later. But let's get into this article for a minute. Now Navarro has a prime seat in the Oval Office, where he is an architect of President Donald Trump's tariff policy, butting against the Secretaries of Treasury and Commerce and Elon Musk, who called him a, quote, moron. I think he also said he was, like, dumber than a bag of hammers and stuff like that. But Musk is, actually, according to Elon Musk, he would like to see zero tariffs on any country. Navarro has a decidedly different perspective. Navarro's journey to one of the most powerful positions in the White House has been one of spectacular flameouts and surprising comebacks. He tried to launch a similar tariff war in the first Trump administration, but lost influence before the inauguration, according to his own account. This time, he vowed it would be different, and the results have been explosive. A trembling stock market, trillions of dollars in losses, and the threat of recession. To Navarro, all is going according to his plan. Quote, "This is unfolding exactly like we thought it would in a dominant scenario," he said April 13 on NBC's Meet the Press, predicting the Dow Jones Industrial Average would soar. But critics say that Navarro, 75, has aligned with Trump to enact policies that could set back the United States for years to come, regardless whether the president wins some concessions. So this is really the mastermind behind these particular things, and it's coming from a place of anti-China zealotry, as we will demonstrate. Mark Zandi, the chief economist of Moody's, said that the policy is so, quote, egregiously bad that it could, quote, wreck the economy. And according to the appeal, it is back on the menu for now. Zandi said that while economic consensus on anything is rare, in this case, he doubted whether even 1 out of 100 economists would agree with Navarro's approach, but Trump does. Quote, and I think at this time, the 145 thing was still out there. This was before they scaled back to 10%. Why even do that, though, why even shock people with that in the first place? While others in the administration may have privately pushed back, there's nothing like the opposition Navarro faced in the first term, when he also served as a trade advisor, as Andy said. The story of how this one-time staunch Democrat has won so much influence has become a defining tale of the early days of the second Trump administration, raising concerns even among many Republicans about how the economist has gained such extraordinary power. An examination of Navarro's memoirs, interviews, and other documentation shows that it is a war he has sought for decades. The enemy is not only China, he has said, but also the Wall Street titans who have benefited from Beijing's policies, so China sympathizers, I guess, powerful corporate heads who chose deliberately to collaborate with China. That's also, he considers the enemy, if you watch his Death by China video, who benefited from Beijing's policies and who notably are among the most powerful players in the Republican Party, including some now in Trump's cabinet. If Navarro's battles in the current Trump administration are anything like they were in the first term, they're filled with shouting matches, name-calling, and endless effort to curry the president's favor. Navarro and the White House did not respond to a request for comment. From Clinton to MAGA, little in Navarro's background suggested that he would be at the center of White House discussions that could determine the nation's future. Navarro was born in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and spent part of his childhood living with his mother in a garage apartment in Palm Beach, Florida, near a mansion owned by the Kennedy family, before moving to the Washington area and attending Maryland's Bethesda Chevy Chase High School. After attending Tufts University, his liberal leanings led him to join the Peace Corps, serving from 1973 to 6 as a volunteer in Thailand, the agency confirmed via email. Navarro recalled listening to Voice of America and hearing Jimmy Carter run for president on his message of hope, he told the San Diego Union Tribune. After earning a master's degree in public administration and a PhD in economics at Harvard, he moved in 1981 to San Diego, where his early career was marked by his criticism of tariffs. In his 1984 book, The Policy Game, How Special Interests and Ideologues Are Stealing America, Navarro warned that, quote, as history has painfully taught, once protectionist wars begin, the likely result is a deadly and well-nigh unstoppable downward spiral by the entire world economy. Interesting. Navarro became politically active and ran in a number of San Diego races. His main issue was limiting the number of houses in the city, and by extension the number of immigrants. He advanced in a 1992 primary for mayor, but lost the general election. Then in 1996, he ran for Congress and spoke at the Democratic National Convention. I'm proud to be carrying the Clinton-Gore banner, Navarro said, referring to the ticket of Bill Clinton and Al Gore. But while Democrats retained the White House, Navarro lost his race. Gradually, Navarro underwent a political radicalization. Instead of focusing on housing, utility regulation, and zoning, he had a much bigger target, China. Navarro wrote in one of his several memoirs that he had an epiphany while teaching economics and public policy at the University of California at Irvine. He noticed that students who had earned a master's degree in business administration were having a hard time getting and keeping good jobs. Navarro wrote that after investigating why his students were unemployed, he concluded that all roads began leading to Beijing. Reborn as a trade hawk, he wrote that China was able to flood the U.S. with cheap goods, quote, thereby beginning to put Americans like my MBA students out of work. And this is just where it begins. This is like truly his villain origin story. Navarro turned his new way of thinking into a series of anti-China books. Some, including Death by China, relied on a supposed expert named Ron Vara, who Navarro later acknowledged was fake, and Ron Vara is an anagram of his name Navarro. You can't make this up, one day during Trump's first run for the presidency, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, happened upon Navarro's work. As Kushner told it in his memoir, Breaking History, he liked the thesis of Death by China so much that he hired the eccentric former professor as the Trump campaign's trade advisor. So literally, I don't know if they're going to go into more detail on that. They're not. This was actually covered in a number of places, but basically Trump literally was like, you need somebody who like knows what he's doing. You need like an important sounding advisor. Go find somebody. And so Kushner literally went on Amazon.com in the book section and just looked for books with titles that sounded cool. Death by China was suitable. And so he just called the guy up cold and was like, how'd you like to be my new advisor? Boom. That's how this alliance was formed. I shit you not. Continuing the article, by Navarro's account in his 2022 memoir, he was strolling on Victoria Beach near his home in Laguna Beach, California, when he got a call from Trump's then speechwriter, Stephen Miller. The two talked about an upcoming Trump speech in Pittsburgh that blamed globalization for the shuttering of steel mills. By Navarro's account, the speech was pure MAGA magic, referring to the Trump slogan, Make America Great Again, and Trump, who had long spoken harshly of trade deals, was smitten. Navarro was given an office on the 14th floor of Trump Tower, where he worked on economic plans that focused heavily on launching a trade war, well, it says with, but really against China. After Trump won the election, he named Navarro director of the White House Office of Trade and Manufacturing Policy. Navarro had an ally not only in Miller. Miller, by the way, is a complete fascist fanatic. When the court ruled against them, as we were just showing yesterday, Stephen Miller referred to it as a judicial coup. The judicial coup has gone so far. One of the people, there were 3 judges involved in that decision. One of them was a Trump appointee, another a Reagan appointee, and I forget who the third one was appointed by. But that's how they, respond when they don't get what they want. Oh, it's a judicial coup. Give me a break. You got a ruling you didn't like. It's insane. But anyway, but also in Trump's chief strategist, Stephen K. Bannon, a former Goldman Sachs investment banker who had once profited from globalism but turned against it after becoming convinced that the U.S. was at economic war with China. He read Navarro's China books and used his influence with Trump to push Navarro's views. I have to say, by the way, I've watched Death by China start to finish. I have skimmed through the book, which is very similar to the movie. It is laughably exaggerated claims. Now, it could be that a little while ago, products from China were somewhat less safe than they are now. But it was literally like every toy out of China is going to kill your kids. All the food coming out of China is completely tainted, etc. I mean, 13 years have passed since that book came out. The world has not ended, but incredible. Bannon, in an interview at his Capitol Hill townhouse, recalled how Trump's top advisors were arguing against tariffs during a 2017 meeting at Mar-a-Lago. "Where's my Peter?" Trump said. Statement that could be interpreted in a few ways. According to Bannon, who then brought him into the room to argue for tariffs. Bannon said that Navarro is often mocked and that his place in Trump's orbit is underestimated. Bannon said that Navarro, and you'll see why he's mocked and underestimated when we watch a few clips of him talking. It's ridiculous. He can't stay on topic. Just a pathetic, shambling husk of a man. But anyway, Bannon said that Navarro is one of the few people who have been by Trump's side during 3 campaigns and 2 administrations, and that he reinforces Trump's decades-long belief in tariffs. Quote, "When people say he has gone too far, this is not Peter Navarro's agenda," Bannon said. "This is Donald Trump's. It dovetails. This is a core conviction of Trump," unquote. In one of his books, In Trump Time, in 2021, Navarro wrote that he urged Trump to go full sudden Zen and launch the all-out trade war against China. But, Navarro wrote, he was a, quote, one-man China hawk, totally without power or allies, in a White House filled with a symphony of Wall Street transactionalists and China dove appeasers. So you can start to get the picture here of how Navarro is trying to change the tone on China. Among Navarro's enemies was Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin, who held senior positions at Goldman Sachs and whom Navarro accused without evidence of having, quote, made millions from communist China. Mnuchin could not be reached for comment. Navarro also battled repeatedly with National Economic Council Director Gary Cohn, former president of Goldman Sachs, who Navarro wrote was, quote, one of the worst and most treacherous misfits of the entire Trump administration. Cohn, now vice chairman of IBM, declined to comment. After leaving his White House position, Cohn said in 2019 that among economists he knew about, Navarro was the, quote, only one in the world who thought tariffs worked. Quote, tariffs don't work. If anything, they hurt the economy because if you're a typical American worker, you have a finite amount of income to spend, Cohn said in an interview with the Freakonomics radio program. More recently, Cohn has stressed in television appearances that tariffs can be a key bargaining instrument for a president against a country that is subsidizing a product, but he warned in September that improper use of tariffs on goods the U.S. does not produce. In other words, the U.S. is not even competing. You know, there's things you can't grow in the United States agriculturally. There's things that you can't fish in the United States, like the fish don't live here, you know, etc. There's also things that entire supply chains that we just don't really have in the U.S. If you're not competing directly, the tariffs make no sense because there is no competing U.S. product. You're just relying on an international supply chain, and you just have to, like, suck it up. They don't want to suck it up. They want to impose the tariffs now, even though there's not a competing U.S. product, and then just figure it out later. Oh, the factories will magically appear here in this country. This is the whole, they're going to re-onshore thing. No, they're fucking not, because it doesn't make any sense to do that when you're going to spend tens of millions of dollars to set up a factory here in the U.S., and then if they repeal the tariffs, suddenly you're not competitive anymore, and you just wasted all that money. So who's going to do that? They're obviously going to just wait out the tariffs rather than onshoring most of the stuff. So it's probably going to have a negligible impact overall. But it will raise prices because who pays tariffs? The importing company, the importer, pays the tariff. And of course, businesses pass on costs. They don't just eat it. And of course, that's been a thing recently. Trump's accusing the companies who raised their prices because of the tariffs of engaging in a, quote, political act. Are you fucking kidding, dude? That's basic business. So he's basically saying, like, oh, you're a traitor to your country because we're doing these tariffs for the good of the country. If you raise your prices instead of just eating it, then you're like a traitor to the country. This is so not going to work. It's incredible. But anyway, let's continue. But he warned in September that improper use of tariffs on goods the U.S. does not produce, quote, would just be debilitating to our economy. Yeah. Wilbur Ross, who served as Commerce Secretary in the first Trump administration and pushed back against some of Navarro's tariff proposals, was vilified in a Navarro memoir because he would, quote, stick stilettos in my back. You know what? I am going to finish this one. Fascinating article, actually. I mean, it makes some of the crazy make sense. You know what I mean? Now Ross is watching Navarro's influence on Trump's second term without voices of caution, and that causes him concern, he said in an interview with the Washington Post. Quote, I think it's always good for the president to be exposed to a variety of opinions, especially on as crucial a topic as tariffs, Ross told the Post. And so I think it would be far preferable if there were other strong voices in the administration advancing, if not contrary views, at least views addressing some of the details. Because again, there's this sort of like wild-eyed fanaticism behind this push. And I mean, when they were saying 145% tariffs, that would have been a complete breakdown of global trade. And, you know, there were people engaging in like panic buying because of that. It's totally destabilizing. Even 30% tariffs are going to significantly, and they made some exceptions for like electronics or whatever, but like it's going to cause significant price increases at a time when the entire refrain during the Biden administration, those years, the pandemic years, was inflation's out of control. Now you want to add a structural factor increasing it. Wow. Navarro concluded that a second Trump administration was his best chance to realize his tariff policy goals. Few would work harder to embrace Trump's claim that the 2020 election was stolen from him. So he's trying to suck up to Trump in the off season when Biden got into power. Navarro had worked on a plan called the Green Bay Sweep, in which Republicans would maneuver to send the counting of 2020 electoral votes back to state legislatures, which Navarro believed could end up approving electors who would declare Trump the winner. The plan was never enacted because Vice President Mike Pence refused to go along, which led Navarro to write that he was a, quote, traitor. This is the level, the hyperbole, the exaggeration these people have to cast everything that happens in their world on, because it's all about Trump's ego and the high drama of it all, and how he has to be, coddled and made to feel special. If you disagree, you're not just disagreeing, it's treason, etc. In his memoir, Taking Back Trump's America, published in 2022, Navarro made little noticed complaints about how Trump managed trade in the first administration and ran for re-election. Describing what he called Trump's Achilles heel, Navarro wrote, quote, "I would tell you in a nanosecond that it is bad personnel choices," criticizing Trump for surrounding himself with a confederacy of globalists, never Trump Republicans, this part's a quote, wild-eyed Freedom Caucus nut jobs, that's rich, and self-absorbed Wall Street transactionalists who didn't understand Trump's working-class voters. Moreover, Navarro wrote, it was, quote, unforgivable for Trump to have failed to make China the most important issue of his 2020 campaign. Newsflash, most people don't give a shit. Calling it, quote, one of the greatest missed opportunities in presidential campaign history. Navarro, meanwhile, was indicted in June 2022 for refusing to comply with a subpoena from the House committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The lawmakers called on him to provide a deposition and documents about his knowledge of the events surrounding the assault. Navarro asserted that he could not comply because Trump had invoked executive privilege. Again, this is part of the sucking up so that he would get a good position in the second administration. As his trial began in September 2023, he told reporters that he expected to face legal bills of $750,000. Do I look like a rich man, Navarro said. This is the same suit I wore in 2017 going into the White House, okay? Navarro later said that Trump helped pay $300,000, and he raised more in an appeal on a website that lists anonymous gifts and some named contributors. The website says at the top, no need for more donations now. The Trump administration has not responded to a request by the Post for Navarro's financial disclosure report. Navarro was found guilty, the judge having found that he failed to prove the existence of a conversation or invocation of privilege by Trump about that. So Navarro got a 4-month sentence in a Miami federal prison starting in March 2024. On the same day that he was released from prison, Navarro arrived at the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, where he said, the J6 committee demanded that I betray Donald John Trump to save my own skin. I refused. 28 years after he spoke at the Democratic National Convention and bashed Republicans, he told the GOP gathering that Democrats come from your kids. They are indoctrinating them with poisonous attitudes on race and gender. Navarro added, I went to prison so you won't have to. I am your wake-up call. On Election Day, America will hold these lawfare jackals accountable. By the way, on his YouTube page for Death by China now, he also has a thing about why Israel has to invade Gaza, etc. I've been called worse. A pair of prosecutors, Elizabeth Alloy and John Crabb Jr., said during Navarro's case that he acted as if he were above the law. After Trump was reelected, Ed Martin, a loyalist who was named interim U.S. Attorney for D.C., demoted Alloy and Crabb and 5 other top prosecutors to low-level positions. They could not be reached for comment. Bannon, who also went to prison for contempt of Congress, said Trump feels a, quote, very special bond with Bannon and Navarro because of the court cases. Trump announced in December on social media that Navarro, who was, quote, treated horribly by the deep state, would be his senior counselor for trade and manufacturing, a post that put him in a position to push his tariff war. And that's why we've been seeing it. Navarro predicted that the tariffs would raise $6 trillion. The Post's fact-checker said that credible analyses put the figure at half that much or less. The extent of Navarro's tariff prescription appears at odds with the view of someone who worked closely with him. So you can see it goes on. I'm just skimming this now for any other highlights before we move on to the next thing. But I think that this background is important to understand. This guy is just some crackpot. As you can see, if you watch Death by China or read it, in which Navarro claims that the U.S. must claim the moon before China does, claim the moon for the U.S. before China claims it for itself, and many other incredibly hyped up things that he says in that book. I mean, this is the guy, and he's now extremely close to Trump, and that's where the tariff stuff is coming from, as we'll see in some of the interviews that I'm about to play. Anyway, finishing this out, Navarro opposed a proposal, according to people familiar with the matter, who spoke on the condition of anonymity. The next week, Trump agreed to temporarily exempt electronics from Chinese import duties under pressure from Apple CEO Tim Cook, another plan that Navarro had resisted as weakening the tariff policy. So he's resisting any softening of the tariffs. He wants to go fucking nuclear on these tariffs. Navarro has tested the limits of his power by seeming to go out of his way to antagonize Musk, asserting that the world's richest person relies on China for his Tesla business. Tesla could lose much from Navarro's style of trade war. China is the second largest market for the electric vehicle company, and Tesla's Shanghai factory produced its 3 millionth car in October. Musk did not respond to a request for comment. Navarro appeared to speak dismissively about Musk in a CNBC interview, calling him a car assembler, not a car manufacturer, because many Tesla components come from China and other countries. Musk was outraged, launching attacks against Navarro on Twitter after writing that Navarro's PhD in economics from Harvard was, quote, a bad thing, not a good thing. He posted that Navarro was, quote, truly a moron, quote, dumber than a sack of bricks, and saying things that were, quote, demonstrably false. This is, of course, coming from the guy who compared the habitability of Mars to California, but okay. While some of the tariffs have been paused, the U.S. is currently imposing tariffs of 145% on Chinese products, again, later dropped to 30%, then struck down completely. That striking down is currently on appeal, so we're still back to 30%. In an unprecedented financial escalation with Beijing that reflects Navarro's influence. Appearing on NBC's Meet the Press on April 13, Navarro insisted that his relationship with Musk was, quote, great, adding, I've been called worse, and truly a moron, and so on. So that's some background on Peter Navarro. In my opinion, this guy isn't getting nearly enough attention. Yes, obviously Trump's the one with the real power, but this is the guy. If you want to understand where the tariffs are coming from, it's super consistent, completely consistent with what Navarro has been saying since Death by China in 2012. Again, you can find articles on this guy, each of which is going to give you like a bit of a different piece, slightly different angle, a few different quotes. What I want to go into, though, is he did write these books. I'll show you a picture of Death by China. He also did another one. There it is on Amazon. Death by China, Confronting the Dragon, A Global Call to Action. It's on LibGen. Ridiculous book. But if you look at the movie, which is narrated by Martin Sheen and has a lot of otherwise seemingly respectable people, you can see it's got a 5.4 out of 10. Not exactly doing that well. You can find it on YouTube. It's full of such hyperbole. It's hard to even communicate. But we can get a sense, actually, by looking at some of his interviews directly. So that's what I'll take you into right now. And again, just the fallout from this. People were talking about there were going to be empty shelves by May. The ports on the West Coast were drying up. This was all because of the tariff thing. I mean, people were preparing for actual shortages. And then they were just like, we're just negotiating. Like, fuck you. You know what I mean? All right. So I actually did a huge amount of background on this. More than really anybody should. Watch this interview. Peter Navarro says U.S. has no defense other than tariffs. I'm not going to play this video. I will play some clips from the later ones. So here's some of the highlights. He says, quote, we have a strategy here in relation to so-called non-tariff cheating, where the president says, we're going to charge them what they charge us, meaning these other countries. And the analytical issue is it's easy to calculate the tariff differential, but the non-tariff barriers are so much higher. That's really key. This is a core thing that Navarro keeps coming back to, is the quote-unquote non-tariff cheating. In other words, a country might have like a 10% tariff on U.S. goods, but according to Navarro, they engage in all kinds of non-tariff cheating, which actually results in like the equivalent of a 70 or 80% tariff. Now, his calculations for that vary, I mean, as far as the credibility of them, but that's why they came up with such high figures. And then, of course, it looked like they used ChatGPT to actually come up with the figures. It factors in, when calculating the non-tariff cheating, it factors in the trade imbalance, which is not an emergency, which they're claiming it is. So that's a core thing, is the non-tariff cheating. They're talking about 90 deals in 90 days. It's been over 50 days at this point. There have been very few deals. When Navarro was asked about no exemptions, no exclusions, which is not the case, because that was originally the statement, that there were not going to be any exemptions or exclusions, which there immediately were for electronics and other things. He deflects and starts ranting about fentanyl and computer chips. They just could not get an answer out of him. He also said that there would be day one inflation reduction. But now they're talking about the transition costs. The transition from what to what? Well, the way that things had been to some future reindustrialized United States, which apparently these tariffs are going to bring about. So again, one of the main issues was the price of eggs and food in general and housing and everything else and jobs. Those were the issues that, when you actually talked to voters, what they cared about. And of course, Trump ran on, we're going to make everybody money, everybody's going to be rich, prices are going to come down, etc. But they then backed off of the day one inflation reduction. Now talking about a transition cost. And when asked about this, he didn't give a straight answer yet again. When asked how many countries is the administration currently negotiating with at this point, and this was in April, he said the UK, the EU, India, Japan, South Korea, Indonesia, and Israel. That's not a lot of countries. About China, he said, quote, "We have opened up our invitation to them." So obviously China was not rushing the table. Now, they did have some preliminary negotiations with China, and they've agreed to come back to the table at a future date. That is what resulted in the pause of the 145% tariff. So they're going to be doing negotiation with China again in the future. What's going to be the outcome of that? We have no idea. Are they going to be like, well, now it's 200% tariffs? Could be. We really don't know. It has already disrupted shipments of goods to the U.S. and not to the benefit of anybody in the U.S. Navarro also was quoted as saying in this interview, China has killed over 1 million people with their fentanyl. China has taken over 60,000 of our factories. Really, how did they take them? Pretty sure that the factories willingly moved over there, but okay. Over 5 million manufacturing jobs. As we speak, every American is subject to hacking, and the conflict we're having with China cannot be understated. So this is, again, the overall picture Navarro's trying to paint. And what's the solution? Well, something that you hear him and Bessent say again and again is they want China to move to a more domestic consumption-driven economy and, quote, stop being the predator of the world. The hypocrisy here is unfathomable. But again, if you watch Death by China, the 2012 documentary, it's just laden with it. Actually, you know what? I will play you a really quick clip from the companion series to Death by China, which is called Crouching Tiger, not to be confused with the movie.
About famously, that suggests that a rising power is going to challenge an established power, and the established power is going to be afraid of that and try to take steps to prevent it.
The Chinese will try and best us, and we will try and best them, much the way the United States and the Soviet Union did during the Cold War.
But is the world really doomed to a replay of the dark and dangerous decades of the Cold War? The answer to that question may ultimately hinge on revealing what the actual intentions of a rapidly militarizing China really are. If, on the one hand, a peacefully rising China seeks only to protect its homeland and the global trade routes it needs to prosper, these unquestionably good intentions should give the world little to fear. But if an expansionist China also seeks to push the United States military out of the Asia-Pacific and then seize both territory and natural resources from its neighbors, these decidedly hegemonic intentions may well lead to a very big conflict.
Okay, so let me just stop you right there. One of the negative things China could do is listed as drive U.S. out of Asia Pacific. Last time I checked, the U.S. is not an Asian country. Why is the U.S. in? the Asian Pacific region. Again, that's the entire tone of this whole thing. And the sense I get from watching the video, Death by China, and this companion series, which this is like a 12-part series of 45-minute episodes. Crouching Tiger, you can see down there at the bottom, crouchingtiger.net. You can find it on YouTube, though. It sounds to me like flailing. It sounds to me like how much he's hyping up the threat of this. I think he believes they can't do anything about it. I think that they believe they've already lost. And a lot of this is like a ceremonial after the fact demonstration that the U.S. didn't go down without a fight. We'll move on to the next interview. All right, next thing I watched, this was an ABC News interview. This guy is so ridiculous. I would encourage you to like watch a couple of live interviews. Well, I'll play a clip later, but there's something about the way this guy talks, which is just, he's so deflated, and he just, whenever challenged, he just moves on to other subjects. It's the most pathetic thing you can really think of. Anyway, in this interview, we got some quotes. We're going to get a great deal for America and a great deal for the world. When asked how much of a role did the stock market play in this decision, quote, none. That was the answer. Also, quote, every country around the world cheats us. Yeah, that's right. The U.S., the country that's been overthrowing dozens of elected governments around the world. That, you know, that USA, that they're trying to play the victim. It's amazing. Are we talking about the same United States here? Every country around the world cheats us. Well, the tide turns today, he's quoted as saying. And the trade war has been, quote, not against them, but them against us. So trying to frame this as China's had a trade war against the U.S. They're just really, fighting back, that's all. When asked what the end goal is, quote, the end goal is to have production here in the U.S. Good fucking luck. There's no way that they can possibly believe that that is going to be an outcome here. Anyway, when asked what is the specific goal with China, here are the quotes. China cheats us in every possible way, so that's a challenge. China uses other countries to transship to evade tariffs. So transshipping is where you ship to another country where there's lower tariffs on that country, then you have them ship. And so they claim like China ships a lot of things to Vietnam, then they're shipped from Vietnam to the U.S. to evade tariffs. So they're trying to raise tariffs to like combat that. Dumping of products from communist China into our markets is the problem. We've got to get back to a world where trade is fair. Again, completely neglecting the role of the U.S. in making, trade at at gunpoint for decades and decades. The best thing China can do is not just stop cheating, but develop its own domestic markets. That is the constant refrain here. They don't like that China is exporting so much stuff. They're like, just sell it to your own people, literally just telling them how to run their economy. And Chinese people aren't allowed to spend, they're forced to save. This will go down in American history as the greatest trade negotiating day we've ever had. And there's been a commitment from over 70 countries to come to the table and take down their trade barriers. And they're making a custom suit deal for each country. When asked about non-tariff cheating, he describes it as, quote, currency manipulation, dumping, export subsidies, VAT taxes. VAT taxes are not specific to imports, and any video where he mentions the VAT tax as being a form of cheating, he is derided in the comments on that video as having no clue what he's talking about. It's really interesting, actually, how you claim VAT taxes are non-tariff cheating against the United States. VAT taxes are like just there to screw the U.S. Phony technical and agricultural standards that keep our products out, transshipping that China does. And so it sounds to me like the U.S. wants to dictate all of the world's terms. He's saying that the technical and agricultural standards that keep U.S. products out are just phony. Like they're just set up to keep U.S. products out. They're not sincere, etc. Would love to hear the case for that. When asked, is this whole scenario playing out as you anticipated? This is like a few weeks ago. I'd wanted to cover this sooner, but it was so up and down. I just kind of put it on hold. We did the Bernie thing instead. And I'm glad I did because now we can see there's already been one court ruling against it. This thing is far from settled at this point. Anyway, is it playing out as Navarro anticipated? Quote, yes, exactly. And he says, quote, reciprocity means we charge them what they've been charging us, if you say so. He also says, what other structural changes is the U.S. going to make to try to bring the business back? That's a major question, is like, okay, you put these tariffs up and it's going to cost a lot of people money. What else are you doing to try to reindustrialize? Quote, we are about to pass the biggest and broadest tax cut in American history, which will be funded in significant part by the tariff revenues. And what that will do is that will be our insurance policy against recession. Really. Because all that money is going to trickle down. It's crazy. Poor people don't pay that much tax in the first place. You can cut it to nothing and we still wouldn't have that much more money. He also adds that they're going to lower oil prices via what? Deregulation. That's the insurance policy against inflation. So they're going to fucking deregulate. So what's really interesting about that is if you go back to Death by China in 2012, one of the big complaints that they make is that China didn't have the same pollution standards and labor laws. So like the US companies could move to China and face lower labor costs and they could pollute and this and that. Well, if you're deregulating here, then the same thing is going to be happening here. So anyway, that's their solution. When we talk about needing to move on from capitalism, this is what we're talking about, because this is all it's going to give you is just this race to the bottom. When confronted about the time it's going to take to re-onshore the industry, quote, it's not going to take years, really. We'll do this in Trump time, which means as quickly as possible. He then makes a comparison, which he does in several interviews, to the production of N95 masks during the pandemic at Honeywell and General Motors. But he's trying to compare the production of one product during a public health crisis to restructuring the entire U.S. supply chain on an emergency basis that, quote, will not take years, and probably doing lots of deregulation. That's their whole prescription here. And so the assumption that he's making on export-dependent countries, as he describes them, is that they have nowhere to go but the U.S. That already was shown not to be the case when China was not selling into the U.S. during the 145% tariff period, which was active for a few weeks. China's actual overall sales went up 8%, and they were doing more business with other people. They actually don't need, like, that's a drastic miscalculation if you're relying on China to, just need the U.S. Actually, the U.S. needs China a lot more than China needs the U.S., so that's a terrible calculation. Also, saying that the dollar strengthens as the trade deficit lightens, meaning that the U.S. has more purchasing power to buy the imports. Quote, the end game is to have production here. But again, do countries really want to set up factories in the U.S. just to sell in the U.S., or are they just going to start writing off the U.S. and saying, we'll sell to Europe, we'll sell to Africa, we'll sell to South America, we'll sell somewhere else? Quote, just trust in Trump. That's a Navarro quote. So there's another interview where he's talking about a level playing field in the international environment. Okay, are you going to stop invading countries and overthrowing their governments? That's the sort of elephant in the room here that they continually do not address. And talking about how the reason for the tariffs on Canada and Mexico is the fentanyl that's coming in from China through Canada and Mexico. Really, I thought it was the non-tariff cheating. But anyway, that's the reason stated for the tariffs on Canada and Mexico is the fentanyl. Again, as far as combating inflation, drill baby drill, deregulation, and tax cuts. That is the verbatim quote. Drill baby drill, deregulation, tax cuts. Also, here's another quote. Tariffs will cause China to reduce prices. Let me put the screenshot from this one up. Tariffs will cause China to reduce prices. I just don't even... It's still going to be cheaper to buy from China, even with 30% tariffs. I did a lot of research on this topic. That's one thing I kept coming back to repeatedly, was it's still, like, even with these tariffs, it's going to raise prices, but it still doesn't make it cost effective to get a lot of the products. Where you can even get products from somewhere other than China, it's still more cost effective to buy them from China and just pay the tariff. But there's another quote. This is not just a drug war, it's a terrorism war and a border invasion war. Then he's asked the question, are there metrics you're using to figure out how the tariffs are working and where you need to push for more? Quote, negotiations, not my department, and then he refers to Rubio, etc. There's no fucking plan. They're just going to do the tariffs, assume that they're working exactly as he intends, which already people are pointing out it's likely not to work the way that he's saying. And there's no metric for determining whether they worked or not. So expect more bullshit from this guy and from Trump. Although another quote from that interview, we're moving at warp speed. It's going to be a golden age for Americans. This is the language he's using. It's just so disconnected from reality. And I don't know who he thinks is believing it at this point. I'm enjoying this. So let's actually continue. There's another interview, and then I'll play a clip after this one. This is from Peter Navarro, reacts to Trump tariff confusion. They had him doing this round of media stuff. This is from Bloomberg. People are like, Peter, what the fuck is going on? So the first 2 minutes of this, I made a note, are hilarious. He's asked about Canada and Mexico, and then starts rambling about digital service taxes in France. Let me go ahead and play that.
Are these tariffs still set to take effect next week? Is March 4th the deadline? And what specifically could Canada and Mexico do to keep them from taking effect?
Well, first of all, in order to understand the trajectory of the president's trade policy, I'd urge everyone watching this show, and presumably most are investors, to read the presidential memorandum of day one of this administration, which lays out all the different types of actions. As for today, I was sitting, as you said, right behind the president. I thought he was quite clear in what he was going to do. For me, I came out here hoping to discuss this week's trade actions kind of in my lane. We did two really important things, which for investors really are market moving in the sense. The first was the digital service tax action we took. The president has directed the U.S. trade representative to resume action on these digital service taxes. And for the benefit of your viewers, a digital service tax is something that was effectively invented in France in 2019. It's a tax on things like cloud computing, digital advertising, all of that. But it was done in a way in France which only targeted American companies, specifically the big ones like Amazon, Google, Meta, Netflix, and Microsoft. And essentially, the president back in 2019 saw immediately that this was both a punishment in a discriminatory way of American companies, but also a tax grab from the U.S. Treasury. And so the way that works is these digital taxes are put on and they go on revenues. What that does is reduce profits, then reduce it's like stock prices, and then also reduce revenues from the corporate tax. And
what about Canada and Mexico?
With respect to digital service taxes, well, Canada has one. Mexico does not.
No, not in reference to that. That was not the fucking question. This is Navarro. If you haven't seen him before, this is him being relatively composed. He's usually a lot more like, gee, if you would just let me answer the question, or blah, blah, blah. It's embarrassing. Anyway, let's go on a little further.
Just trying to clear up what we heard today from the president, Peter. I'm sorry. We're trying to understand whether these tariffs are going to take effect next week.
Because I made it clear that what the president said, just go back and play the clip, and he gave you a timeline. The underlying issue there,
well, they said April 2nd, though. We thought the deadline was March 4th.
The underlying issue, sir, is that too many Americans, anywhere from 50,000 on the low end to 300,000, which I think is the accurate number from the president, die every year from fentanyl that comes in from communist China in big chemical barrels. It goes to the drug cartels in Mexico, and the Mexican cartels then bring some of that up to Canada, and it comes across our border, and people either take it in the fentanyl direct form, or it's laced with other drugs like speed or heroin or whatever, and Americans are dying. So to the extent that that problem is going to be dealt with, I'm not in the center of those negotiations that being done by others in the administration. I would think as long as we have some progress, then we'll see what we will see. But it's up to the president. But the underlying the thing is, sir, it's like whenever I talk to people in the news about tariffs, they also want to cut to this chase over here about what's going to happen, or like they always raise the inflation, and they never ask why the tariffs. In this case, it's fentanyl's killing Americans. It's slaughter.
Well, we had a
It's
pretty good
slaughter.
conversation with
The
you about
amount
the
of
why last
people-
time, Peter, and we
Well,
understand
but
the
maybe
point of
your
making
audience
this argument, but we just
doesn't
want to
remember
get
that
some
conversation.
answers for our listeners and
okay.
viewers about when these might take effect. This isn't about inflation, and it's not about the why. We just want to know when.
Asked and answered. I told you. You will go listen to what the president had to say. It's contingent on.
Anyway, I'm going to stop it there. Not that it's enjoyable, but it's just such a show watching this guy ramble and not be able to answer simple questions. He's asked later in this interview if the USA has the domestic capacity to make up shortfalls on specific commodities such as copper, and how quickly it can be ramped up to meet demand. And then he just says, quote, dumping from foreign overproduction is suppressing domestic development of new mines and smelting. To the extent that there is a plan, it is so contingent on unknown future factors. And here's another clip. I'll play another video clip. I just, in a way, really do hate watching this guy.
So you have been talking about the potential dangers of U.S. manufacturing moving offshore for a very long time, before the president was elected, largely on this issue. Is this the type of scenario you were worried about?
No, this is the type of scenario I was worried about on steroids. Let me talk about what I was looking at during the 2000s. I saw primarily the Chinese Communist Party engaged in all manner of unfair trade practices designed to take us apart and the world apart, whether it was sweatshop labor, pollution havens, massive subsidies, the use of state-owned enterprises to attack our sectors. What I was concerned about was the loss of our manufacturing base in smaller and medium-sized communities where they would be hollowed out, and we would be left with an economy which could not grow fast and which could not generate wage increases. And as a collateral damage, we would have a defense industrial base which simply could not defend us. Now, up to Donald Trump, that's exactly what we were getting, and all the opioid addiction and alcoholism and crime on top of that.
Well, I'd like to just kind of stay focused on COVID-19.
I love that. That interview was about the pandemic, and that was what he said instead. Again, the point here being the zealotry. This guy is so fixated on this. He goes on, I saw in the 2000s primarily the Communist Party of China's unfair trade practices designed to hollow out the U.S. It's truly an obsession. The last thing I'm going to play you from this is there was a debate that he did with a guy named Phil Potter 12 years ago. So Navarro has been getting this kind of feedback for a pretty long time, as this debate indicates. So essentially what this debate is about, it's from the Ford School of Public Policy, Peter Navarro and Phil Potter on U.S.-China relations, cooperation, or conflict. I thought this was actually a very interesting debate. Neither of these guys is a communist, but it was interesting just to hear another person interested in pursuing other strategies of pursuing U.S. interests that was pushing back on what Navarro was saying as like hysteria and very likely to not work at all, which is basically, the consensus that came out when they were unveiling the tariffs. Let me play you a bit from this. There's just a lot of interesting points. So Potter says, we're not in a position to dictate terms to China in the way that Navarro suggests, while still achieving U.S. strategic interests. I think that that's key. That kind of sums it up, which is what I find so peculiar about Navarro's entire position, is that China's beating us in every way conceivable. They have all these advantages, X, Y, Z, so let's dictate terms. There's that scene, and I think it's The Dark Knight, where the guy working at Wayne Enterprises figures out that Bruce Wayne is probably Batman. And then he calls Lucius Fox in to tell him, I figured it out and I want, $100,000 a month and blah, blah, blah. And Fox says, so let me get this straight. You believe that your employer is a vigilante who goes around beating the shit out of people with his bare hands every night, unvanquished, and your plan is to blackmail this person? Maybe I haven't thought that through. But there's a similar ring to the kind of anti-China zealotry. It's like they're killing us across the board. We got to do something, and because they're just beating us in every conceivable way. And then the strategies that he rolls out to try to do something about it just seem like there's a real air of futility to it. It's something I find so odd. And why I called him such a strange figure is because it comes across in kind of every interview. The zealotry, but also the sort of hopelessness of it as well. Let's watch a little bit of this debate.
My name is Cynthia Rathanasamy, and I'm an MPP here at the Ford School, and I'll be your moderator today. So on behalf of Alstam, I'd like to welcome you all to the first of the Ford Policy Union debates.
All right, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. We don't need all of it. But basically, this is from 2013, so Death by China was still a new popular documentary on Netflix at this time. And so she's introducing the two guests. And basically this guy, Potter, who is a lot less slick as a presenter. It's just interesting to hear this discussion in the context of what's been happening over the last few months with the tariffs, now that the raging nutcase on the left side of this, the presentation on the screen, now that he has power in the White House.
All right, so Dr. Potter, you have 12 minutes to go ahead with your opening statement.
Let's see if I've mastered this. Can everyone hear me all right? Okay. So I am not a debater by training, so I will probably now break every rule and convention of that discipline. But here goes anyway. So what I'm going to argue is that the WTO is not the primary cause or China's entry to the WTO is not the primary cause of our current economic difficulties. And more generally, that we need to be taking a more nuanced view of the U.S.-China relationship than what is being proposed in this film that you're going to see a trailer for in a moment, and then I believe the full movie will show afterwards if you're interested in staying and taking a look at that. The reason for that is that at its core, China is now a major power, and we need to be taking seriously how we want to deal with China. We're not in a position to dictate terms in the way that I think this discussion suggests we could, and still achieve U.S. strategic interests. Right? By pursuing some of these kind of cracking down on China paths, we're actually likely to undermine our own self-interest. So at its core, I really question sort of what this movie is for, right? It seems to be about sort of stirring up passions in the U.S., about exciting people for a certain course of political action. In a lot of ways, it strikes me as something that is very much at home in the current debates regarding the presidential election. But I see this as much more an inherently complex situation, and more than that, that oversimplifications of this kind are not benign, they're not clarifying, and they can in fact be dangerous. So the first reason for that, I think, is that this and a lot of arguments about the deficiencies of China in the international system sort of harken back to these good old days arguments, right? And I think one needs to be very careful about that in the US, right? And specifically, I'm referring to stories about how, in the 50s through the 70s, a man could have a blue-collar job and his wife could stay at home and they could have a car and life was good, right? First of all, household income in the US was $25,000 adjusted for US dollars. Now it's roughly double that now. There are issues of inequality, some of which China has something to do with that we should be paying attention to, and I'll return to that in a minute. But I don't think that this is a cut and dry case where we want to be returning to the past, right? Second of all, that past was very much the product of a very odd historical moment in which we were coming out of World War II. We controlled half of the global GDP, right? This is not something that's likely to be replicated. Okay, and so we need to start thinking about how we grapple with other major powers, other major economic powers, rather than cracking down on them. So the reason for this is, I think, is that blaming China is really pretty easy, right? But they're not fundamentally the problem. Manufacturing output in the US has actually been relatively consistent since the 1940s. That line is actually quite flat with some bouncing around the mean. Of course, the number of people employed in manufacturing has declined almost linearly over that same period. Okay? The reason for that is not China, right? It's machines, it's computers, it's productivity. Okay? Second of all, sorry, lost my train of thought there. Broke a debating rule, I'm sure. Second of all, manufacturing as a share of global GDP has also been in decline over this period. Right? And the share of US GDP has gone right along with it. Again, much longer time series than you see with just China's entry into the WTO, and representing a broader global phenomenon that we need to be paying attention to. Right? Manufacturing just isn't the way to prosperity anymore. And this is sort of the fundamental thing that we're missing here. Both in the US and globally, the path forward is not through manufacturing. Okay? Finally, China's entry into the WTO, it's a singular event, right? It comes in 2001, late 2001 specifically, right? And pinning everything that's happened after that with all its complexities, with sort of US rises and declines, I think really washes out a lot of the information we want to know, okay? First of all, we entered a recession in 2001. Right, and when you look at maybe some of you have seen this, there's kind of a pretty graph that got kicked around pretty frequently with the decline in US jobs and manufacturing that seems to go down in 2001. I'd actually point to that same graph as evidence that something else is going on. China entered in late 2001. The trend is already falling off the cliff prior to that. Right, we have things like 9/11 in 2001. I could name any number of events in that period that could have important shifts, important effects on the US system, okay? So China's had some impact. I'm not trying to say that they've had no impact, but it's been dwarfed by larger shifts in the global economy. Specifically, I think points where Dr. Navarro is correct is that there are some issues with particular regard to intellectual property, with regard to property rights. Things that are not problems are things like currency manipulation. Just being in Beijing and talking to a lot of business leaders at the beginning of the summer, a lot of people in US business circles are concerned that if China floated its currency, it would go the other way, not the way that we are insisting in Congress that it's likely to go. Okay? So part of the reason I think we need to be very careful about this, and that these are not just statements that are, in my opinion, factually incorrect, but are potentially damaging, are issues of unintended audiences. Okay? I'm not trying to draw an overly strong parallel here, but we've seen what happens when you put movies out that reach the wrong people, right? And I'm specifically referring to this movie that we've been dealing with in the broader Middle East, which has enraged a lot of passions. Throughout this movie, Dr. Navarro has sort of caveats to say, well, you know, there's the big bad Chinese government, but we do love the Chinese people, okay? I would put forward to you that the Chinese people are not out of step with the government in this direction. If anything, Chinese people have lower opinions of US behavior, right, and would like to see the government take a stronger line against us, right? And this is something we need to be paying a fair amount of attention to, right? We assume on some level that at a popular level, if the Chinese government went away, then the Chinese people would be our friends. It's false, okay? On this same trip to Beijing, some Ford School students and I sat through a fairly lengthy diatribe by a member of the economics ministry who pointed out that the US is sorry, I'm trying to think of a more civil word for it, ruining China's day because of control of the reserve currency, because of our control of international institutions, because of our control of an international system in which they were a latecomer, okay? And so what I want to say is that China's presence in the WTO is actually a very positive thing for the US, right? It brings China to the table, and it brings us into a conversation with China where otherwise we might be at direct loggerheads. That conversation doesn't always go well, doesn't always work smoothly, we don't always get what we want, but it's a hell of a lot better than the alternatives, okay? So, rather than China exploiting us, I think it's much more productive to think of this in terms of a mutual hostage situation, okay? Yes, absolutely, China has an enormous amount of our debt. That's a problem, right? But this also poses substantial problems for China, right? It prevents efficient investment, right? It inflates, and on the US side, it's inflated asset bubbles, okay? So, you know, this is not a good thing. It's something that both sides need to back off in a serious way, but that's done through conversation, right? In a mutual hostage situation, you can't dictate terms, okay? And I would posit that that is very much where we are. So the point that I'd like to make here is that Navarro's film is both sort of wrong and antiquated, and the real question is what we're going to do when China falls on hard times. Okay, this film is very much geared towards the US falling on hard times. But I think the real question for us is what happens when China falls on hard times. And I think that's likely to happen fairly soon. Inflation's very high. Some of these same issues we've talked about productive investment are coming home to roost. Right? From the Chinese perspective, they didn't kick us while we were down. Right? They did it in their own way, but they stimulated when we said they should stimulate. They played ball with the global system. Okay? And I think for a lot of Chinese people, the real test is going to come when it comes time for us to reciprocate. And what concerns me about movies like this and a lot of the dialogue that comes out of the presidential elections and out of the Congress is that the US is much more inclined to take advantage of the situation. And if you're going to take advantage of the situation, you better finish the job. Because this is a country that is gigantic in population, has an enormous amount going for it, and is likely to rebound regardless of what we do. And when they rebound, it's going to be a heck of a lot harder for the Chinese government to make the case to the Chinese people that they should be cooperating in a system that we designed and ran, and in many ways privilege our interests. Thanks.
Okay. So like I said, not a communist, but some rational pushback from the perspective of somebody arguing not to go nuclear with the fear-mongering and, you know, cracking down type of approach on China. That, you know, look, you can do all this hysteria about the communist nature of China. They're in the World Trade Organization. Like, you're there negotiating with them. Are you really thinking at this point in the U.S.'s history you're going to get better than that? Can you really expect you're going to keep just using pure force, just brute force against everybody you want to control? Is that going to work in this case, and so on? Well, now Navarro takes the podium to make his case, and then we'll watch the trailer for this thing I've been talking about. We'll go back to the chat and just sort of wrap this up. But I feel like this peek behind the curtain at the main tariff guy, this look inside Peter Navarro's brain, to me it explains all of the bullshit going on for the last few months of like why it doesn't seem to make a hell of a lot of sense. But this is the kind of voice that is being elevated in the Trump administration.
How y'all doing? Yeah? Last time I was at the U of M was literally 45 years ago, and I jumped out of a plane. It was weird. My brother went here, and he made me go skydiving. And this might be just the same kind of experience. The question before us is fairly simple. Is China's entry into the World Trade Organization responsible for the last 10 years, essentially, of the economic misery that we've endured here in the United States? That's the question. So let's stay focused just on that for a minute. If you look at the 5.5 decades prior to 2001, our gross domestic product in this country averaged 3.5%. And life was pretty good. Once we hit 2001, for the last 11 years now, that GDP growth rate has fallen to 1.6%. 3.5 to 1.6. Now, 2 percentage points, roughly, may not seem much. But 1% is 1 million jobs you don't create when you lose it. 2 a year for 10 years is about 20 million jobs. And that's about what we need right now to put everybody back to work. We have an unemployment rate which looks to be at 8.3, but for example, the unemployment rate dropped at the last report, but only because 400,000 people dropped out of the labor force. 400,000 people. By my estimate, and by the estimate of many economists, there's 25 million people in this country that can't find a decent job. Now, it's true that the forces of globalization started long before 2001. But something happened that year. You can blame it maybe on the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. You can blame it on the war on terror. But the other elephant in the room is China's entry into the World Trade Organization. If you look at the history of our economy, the problem in this last decade did not begin in 2007. Make no mistake about that. Here in Michigan, which was ground zero for the problem, the recession started back in 2001 and just kept going. Okay? There was never any recovery here. And you've got General Motors, one of the biggest corporations in the world now, saved by our government, offshoring not only its production to China, but also its research and development, which is where the new jobs come from. So something happened. If you look at the statistics, they're pretty simple, and you'll see them in the film. 50,000 factories gone. 6 million manufacturing jobs out of here. Now, this whole notion, which is common to academia, that you don't really need manufacturing base anymore. You don't need an industrial base, that we're all going to be running around in suits and life's going to be okay, really doesn't make sense. If you look, for example, at one of the strongest economies in the world, Germany, 25% of their women and men are in manufacturing. What do you think it is for us? What do you think? Take a number. 10, yeah, but it's 9, and still going down. Okay? And when I talk about manufacturing in America, I'm not talking about T-shirts. Well, they're gone forever to Honduras, and so be it. Great. But the difference between countries like Honduras and China is Honduras will buy our stuff, and probably they won't go to war with us. Okay? Now, here's the thing about the World Trade Organization. China joins it, and that would have been fine if they had done what they said they were going to do, which is play by the rules. Okay? What does that mean? It means no illegal export subsidies and respect for intellectual property. Now, since that time, because of weakness here in the U.S., they've broken every single rule in the book. The currency manipulation, which 40% advantage alone, okay, just on that. And then you'll see a wonderful scene in the film where this guy, Dan Slane, Bowling Green, Kentucky, 2002, because China got in, he was forced to move his furniture company over to China or go out of business, right? And so he's over there, and he makes stuff, and he makes it at cost, right? Ships it over here, dumps it over here, because businesses don't generally do stuff at cost, right? The way he made his profit, the Chinese government gave him a check every month for 17% of his revenues, okay? That's huge, okay? Now, the other thing what's interesting about the World Trade Organization is that it is absolutely silent on two things: worker abuses and environmental abuses. In other words, you can do anything you want anything you want to your workers or the environment, there's no ability to complain to the WTO. And the biggest flaw with the WTO is that you have to take it case by case by case, and any case that you file takes 3 or 4 years. And often by the time you get relief, the problem's gone. The factories that you were trying to save are gone. So this is a serious issue, and if the people of Michigan, if most of you are sons and daughters of the people of Michigan, I would assume, the people of Michigan can't understand how important manufacturing is by the fact that you see now what has happened, that it's gone and nothing's really replaced it, then we've got issues here in this country. Now, in terms of what needs to happen going forward, I really think we need to talk about whether this country needs to be in the World Trade Organization at all. I mean, if you think about what it is, I remember when I was shooting the film.
So just to jump in here, this is, again, the sort of hardline, quote, anti-globalist thing. Well, what if the U.S., because it's not getting literally everything it could ever want ever, just withdraws from the WTO? Buddy, the U.S. helped set that up, and you're just now getting some major pushback or, you know, some competition, and they can't handle it. But this is generally the way that you see the Republican Party in particular handling any challenge to their power. It's victimization, it's persecution, it's we're being cheated after the U.S. as a whole has been absolutely fucking over the world in some of the most dishonorable, I don't even know what to call it, like some of the just most low down, dirty, disgusting ways conceivable. Now they're playing the victim as soon as there's any competitor who isn't even engaging in abuses nearly as egregious. It only got 99.97% of what it wants instead of the whole 100%. Time to pack up and go home. Anyway, this guy would probably be the most annoying professor to have in a college classroom you could possibly have. I think in this video, actually, they don't... I said we would watch the trailer. Oh, no, here it is. Here it is. Yeah, let's watch this.
I was laid off 3 times within 6 months until I was permanently laid off.
I graduated with my bachelor's and I haven't been able to find anything.
Jobs disappeared. And the way the economy's going right now, it's tough to find a job.
When the workers in China are being abused, then workers in America have a tougher time competing against them.
5.5 million manufacturing jobs are gone.
57,000 manufacturing facilities closed in this nation.
Some of the workers at companies, literally their last act at the factory was to unbolt the machine and load it up to be shipped off to China.
There's no question that a large part of China's competitive advantage has come from environmental neglect.
16 of the world's 20th dirtiest cities are located in the People's Republic.
That leads to carbon emissions and particulate matter falling all along the coast of the United States.
If you put it in your mouth or the hands of a child, don't buy it from China.
They're not only ruining our economy, they're poisoning our children with the toys that we give them.
China until today is a totalitarian regime, is a dynasty, not republic, not people's country.
China's military power is strengthening very, very rapidly.
It's developing a modern, well-equipped, technologically capable military.
China is the only major nation in the world that is preparing to kill Americans.
We're a subsidiary of China and getting worse and worse because they're going to own us pretty soon.
If we talk about who's to blame, I think partially our own government.
Our government should be doing something.
They could have stepped in, I think, a long time ago.
Please hear us.
I think that at every level, people could boycott and there would be a shot heard around the world.
So yeah, narrated by Martin Sheen, by the way, of The West Wing. Did the China boycott work, by the way? This was 2012. I don't think it did. Let's continue on a little bit with the video because I actually enjoy some of Potter's comments about it.
Dr. Potter, you have 5 minutes for your response statement.
Okay. So maybe we should have started with that, because it gives us, I think, a better idea of why this movie sort of alarms me a little bit. I would say it's alarmist, right? I mean, images of World War II looking jets replace Asian people here with Chinese, carpet bombing the US, a Bowie knife, blood dripping out of the continental United States. I mean, maybe alarmist is not the right word, but I might one-up it, okay? Dr. Navarro gave us some really touching anecdotes, but then challenged us to look at the numbers a little bit, okay? So I would say, let's start there. Let's look at the numbers, all right? This supposed cutoff in 2001, right, where you have over 3% growth prior to that, 1.6% growth after that. So, here at the Ford School, we like to do a fair bit of analysis. I think they should be well within your reach. What happens to those numbers if we shift the cutoff to 2000? You still have high on one side, low on the other. If we cut it to 2005, or better yet, 8, right? You have negative on the one side and positive on the other, right? So my point is this supposedly smoking gun cutoff at 2001 is arbitrary, okay? And it looks compelling if you sort of say that the numbers on one side or the other, but that is not smoking gun evidence. That's not what smoking gun evidence looks like. In general, China has consistently lagged behind the US several steps on the value chain. Okay, and so this is part of the problem with the story that China is taking American jobs, right? China's comparative advantage, despite what's been claimed here, is actually low-cost labor. Okay, that's what they've got. They've got people. This isn't terribly complicated. Okay, unfortunately, and I think the Foxconn example is a great pointer for this. That's been changing. Right? China's been having a lot of problems recently because they're having trouble competing on price for the lowest cost labor, which are jobs they took from the rest of the developing world, not from us, right? They're having trouble competing on price for labor, and they're having a really tough time moving up the value chain to the kind of things that we do well, okay? And this is what really concerns me about this story we keep hearing, that we need to be returning to manufacturing, right? The Chinese are desperately trying to figure out how to get the heck out of manufacturing, okay? It makes very little sense for us to turn around and say, that's what we need to be doing, okay? The Germany example, I think, is a really good one, all right? Germany's in the WTO, right? Why is Germany doing, given the facts that have been presented, why is Germany doing well and the US doing not? It's the type of manufacturing that matters, okay? China has not been doing that sort of, the high-tech machining, that sort of work that the Germans have long been very good at. Right? And certainly it is true that having some manufacturing sector, the right kind of manufacturing sector, a German-style manufacturing sector, is good for your security interests. Those are capabilities you want to have. But these blanket statements about steel mills being hollowed out in Youngstown or wherever it might be are again, missing the larger point. That's enough.
Cool.
All right. We'll leave it there for now. It's getting like super late anyway. But this is the guy. And you can see him, back when he was 12 or 13 years younger, a lot more pep in his step. But this is the guy who is Trump's tariff czar. And this is what he has been doing with his life, is writing books titled Death by China. The entire series, Crouching Tiger, about, hyping up the threat of Chinese militarism. And it is such fear-mongering. Again, that guy, his debate opponent here, is not a communist. He's just saying, like, look, even from the perspective of U.S. interests as a competitor, economic competitor with China, like, what you're saying makes no fucking sense. And that's basically what we're hearing today as well. So anyway, I just thought it was timely going back to this for some earlier context. So I see 45 people in the chat. I have a COVID thing planned. There's no way with the amount of energy I have left to do. We've been going for about 4 hours now. I unfortunately, 5 hours. There we go. That explains it. I've been going for 5 hours now, and I probably can't get to the COVID thing, so I will try to do a supplement on that and get it posted with the rest of the stream. I really hate having to do things in pieces when it comes to the stream because we always get off on some other topic anyway. But with the time, we're going to have to probably call it there. So I want to thank the patrons whose names are on the screen, patreon.com/socialismforall, and Buy Me a Coffee supporters at buymeacoffee.com/socialismforall. I'd be making content even if nobody supported, but I wouldn't be able to spend so much time on it. So I really thank people who have been supporting. We don't run ads on the channel. So that support is just really critical for, again, me being able to have the time to devote doing the research, digging up old Peter Navarro debate clips. Like I said, we will leave it there, and I will pick up with the COVID thing. In the meantime, there is a new highly transmissible COVID strain, as we mentioned in the beginning of the video. So mask up. More details to come soon. Thanks to everybody who showed up for the stream and contributed comments, and we will see you again real soon.